What is good in the hood, my sleepy friends? I'm really glad you chose to spend this quiet moment with me. With the rain moving steadily outside, there's a gentle pull inward, as if the night itself is asking us to slow down and listen more carefully. Tonight, we're reflecting on how Madam C.J. Walker built a business empire, not through noise or spectacle, but through persistence, care, and an understanding of people's everyday needs. If this type of calm storytelling helps you unwind, feel free to follow or like this, and please let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, settle into your pillow, soften your shoulders, follow a slow breath in and out, and let the rhythm of the rain carry us quietly into the story. You're settling in now, ready to drift through a different kind of story, one that unfolds in modest homes and workrooms across America in the late 1800s and early 1900s. This is a time when careful attention, repeated effort, and community connection quietly shape opportunity, one ordinary day at a time. You wake before dawn in a small rented room, the kind with worn floorboards and a single window that catches the first pale light. The air is cool, and you move slowly through the familiar motions of dressing, washing your face in the basin, and preparing for the day ahead. This is how most mornings begin, not with grand plans, but with the simple need to work, to earn, and to keep going. Your work is domestic labour, the kind that fills the hours of countless women in cities and towns across the country. You wash laundry for families who can afford to pay someone else to do it. You carry heavy baskets of linens, scrub stains from fabric, and wring out excess water until your hands ache. The work is steady, and steady work is valuable. It pays for rent, for food, and for the small necessities that make life possible. The rooms where you work are other people's kitchens, their back porches, and their yards where clotheslines stretch between posts. You learn the rhythms of each household, the particular ways they like their sheets folded, and their preferences for soap and water temperature. You become familiar with the texture of different fabrics, the way cotton behaves differently than wool, and the way some stains require patience and others yield quickly to the right treatment. In the evenings, you return to your own modest space. The room is simple but yours. There's a bed, a chair, and a small table where you can set down the day's earnings and count them carefully. You keep a jar for savings, adding coins when you can, building towards something more stable, though you're not entirely sure what that something is yet. Your hair requires attention most evenings. Like many women, you've noticed changes, thinning in places, dryness that no amount of brushing seems to help. The remedies available are limited, and most are expensive relative to what you earn. You try different approaches, mixing oils and other ingredients you can afford, testing them on your own scalp, and observing what happens over days and weeks. The experimentation is not dramatic. It's simply practical problem solving, the same kind of thinking you apply to stubborn stains in the laundry. If one approach doesn't work, you try another. You pay attention to what your hair feels like after each treatment, whether it's softer, whether the breakage lessens, and whether growth seems healthier. You keep mental notes, adjusting proportions, and trying new combinations. You're not alone in this concern. Women in your community talk about hair care, share tips, and mention products they've tried. The conversations happen in passing, while working side by side, while walking home from church, and while waiting for streetcars. Hair is part of daily maintenance, part of presentation, and part of feeling comfortable in your own body. The commercial products marketed to black women are often harsh, sometimes ineffective, and occasionally harmful. The need for something better is quietly understood by many. Your days follow a reliable pattern. You wake early, work through the morning and afternoon, and return home tired but steady. You prepare simple meals, maintain your space, tend to your hair and skin, read when you can, and sleep when darkness settles fully. The routine is not exciting, but it provides structure, and structure makes each day manageable. Some weeks you take on extra laundry orders, working longer hours to save a bit more. Other weeks you rest more, giving your body time to recover from the physical demands of the work. You learn to read your own energy levels, to pace yourself, and to distinguish between tiredness that sleep will cure and exhaustion that requires actual rest. The neighbourhood where you live is modest but functional. Small shops line the main streets, offering basic goods. Churches anchor the community, providing not just worship but social connection and networks of mutual support. You know your neighbours by sight, exchange greetings, and occasionally share resources when someone falls on hard times. You begin to notice patterns in how businesses operate around you. The grocer who keeps meticulous records of purchases and payments. The seamstress who builds a clientele through word of mouth and reliable quality. The baker who wakes even earlier than you do to prepare the day's bread. Each of these people has found a way to turn skill and consistency into sustainable income. Your own experiments with hair treatments continue. You source ingredients from different suppliers, comparing quality and cost. You test each batch on yourself first, waiting to see results before considering whether others might benefit. The process is slow, methodical, and unglamorous. Most attempts produce modest improvements. A few produce none at all. Occasionally a particular combination works noticeably better, and you make careful note of the proportions. You start to think about whether other women might want to try the formulas that seem to help. Not as a business initially, but simply as sharing something useful. You mention your experiments to women you know, offering to prepare small amounts for them to try. Some accept, curious and willing. You ask them to report back honestly about their experiences. The feedback trickles in over weeks and months. Some women notice improvements similar to yours. Others don't see much change. You adjust based on what you hear, refining the mixture, trying to understand why it works better for some than others. You consider factors like water quality, application frequency, and hair texture differences. The learning process is gradual and requires patience. Your financial situation remains modest but stable. The laundry work continues to provide your primary income. The hair treatments are something you do in your spare time, without much expectation of profit. Still, when women ask for more product, you begin to charge a small amount to cover the cost of ingredients and your time. The amounts are tiny, but they represent something new, income from something you've created rather than from labour alone. You think about the possibility of doing this more intentionally, of treating it as an actual business rather than a side activity. The idea is both appealing and uncertain. You have no formal business training, no capital to invest, and no clear sense of how to scale up production. What you have is a product that seems to help people and a network of women who trust your work. The decision to pursue this more seriously doesn't arrive as a single moment of clarity. Instead, it accumulates over time through repeated small confirmations that there might be something worth pursuing. A woman tells you her hair feels healthier than it has in years. Another asks if you could prepare enough for her sister who lives across town. Someone mentions you to a friend who then seeks you out to purchase a product. You begin to set aside specific time for production, treating it with the same seriousness you bring to laundry work. You establish a small workspace in your room, organising ingredients, containers and tools. You develop a routine for mixing and packaging, ensuring consistency from batch to batch. You keep simple records of what you make and what you sell, tracking whether you're covering costs and perhaps earning a bit beyond that. The work is quiet and methodical. You measure carefully, mix thoroughly and test each batch. The room smells of the oils and other components you use. Your hands learn the feel of the mixture, the texture that indicates proper blending. You package product in whatever clean containers you can find or afford, labelling them clearly with instructions for use. As the days pass, this second form of work begins to occupy more of your time and attention. The laundry is still essential, still necessary, but the hair product work offers something different, a sense of building something that belongs to you, something that might grow beyond the limits of what your physical labour alone can produce. You stand at your work table in the early morning light, ingredients arranged in careful rows before you. The process of making each batch has become more deliberate now. less experimental, and more refined. You've learned which suppliers provide the most consistent quality, which storage methods keep ingredients fresh longest, and which mixing sequences produce the best results. The base formula has evolved through countless small adjustments. Each change is tested methodically. You prepare a small amount, use it yourself for several days, and observe the effects. If the modification improves the product, you incorporate it. If it makes no difference or worsens the results, you return to the previous version. This cycle of minor refinement continues steadily, week after week. Your hands move through the familiar steps with growing confidence, measuring precise amounts, warming certain ingredients gently, and blending components in the right order at the right speed. The work requires focus but not strain. You've done this enough times now that the movements feel natural, almost meditative. The rhythm of production has its own calming quality. You pay attention to texture throughout the process. The mixture should feel a certain way when it's ready. Smooth but not too thin, blended but not overmixed. Your fingertips have become sensitive to these subtle differences. You can tell when a batch is slightly off, even before testing it more thoroughly. This tactile knowledge guides your work as much as any written recipe. The containers you use have improved as you've been able to afford better options. Clean glass jars with proper lids now replace the makeshift vessels you started with. Each jar is washed carefully, dried completely, and filled to a consistent level. You've learned that presentation matters, not for vanity, but because it communicates care and professionalism. Women are more likely to trust and use a product that looks thoughtfully prepared. Labelling becomes more systematic. You write clear instructions on each container, describing how to apply the treatment, how often to use it, and what results to expect over time. The explanations are honest and specific. You don't promise miracles or instant transformation, only the steady improvement you've observed in yourself and in the women who've used your product regularly. As demand increases slightly, you adjust your production schedule. You set aside certain evenings specifically for making product, separate from the time you spend on laundry work. This separation helps you approach each task with full attention. During production evenings, the room becomes your workshop. You light the lamp, arrange your materials, and work through several batches in succession. The repetition teaches you about efficiency. You discover that preparing ingredients for multiple batches at once saves time. You learn optimal container placement to minimize unnecessary movement. You develop a clean-as-you-go rhythm that keeps the workspace organized throughout the process. These small improvements accumulate into significantly smoother production. Quality control becomes more important as your customer base grows. You can't afford to let standards slip even slightly. Each batch must match the quality of the previous one. Consistency builds trust, and trust is what keeps women returning for more product and recommending it to others. You occasionally discard a batch that doesn't meet your standards, absorbing the cost rather than selling something subpar. You begin to think more carefully about ingredient sourcing. Some suppliers offer lower prices but inconsistent quality. Others charge more but provide reliable materials. You calculate whether the higher cost produces better results and stronger customer satisfaction. Usually it does. You shift towards suppliers who value consistency, even when it means smaller profit margins per batch. The financial mathematics of the business occupies your thoughts during quieter moments. How many jars can you produce in an evening? What does each jar cost to make? What price allows you to cover costs, compensate your time fairly, and remain affordable to the women who need the product? You adjust prices carefully, always explaining changes to regular customers, always trying to balance sustainability with accessibility. Some women ask for modifications to the formula, wondering if you can make it stronger or lighter or scented differently. You consider each request thoughtfully. Some variations make sense and might serve a real need. Others would compromise the effectiveness you've worked so hard to achieve. You're willing to experiment with genuine improvements, but protective of the core formula that you know works. Testing new variations follows the same methodical approach as your original development. Small batches, personal testing first, gradual expansion to a few trusted users, careful observation of results over time. If a modification proves valuable, you consider offering it as an option. If it doesn't provide clear benefits, you politely explain why you're staying with the original approach. The texture of your own hair serves as an ongoing reference point. You use your product consistently, maintaining the same routine you recommend to customers. This gives you direct, daily feedback about how the formula performs. When you notice any change in results, you investigate whether it's due to seasonal factors, water quality shifts, or something in the product itself that needs adjustment. You start keeping written records of your formulas and observations. A simple notebook becomes your repository of knowledge. You note the date, the ingredients and their amounts, any variations from your standard process, and eventual results. Over time, this notebook becomes invaluable, allowing you to track patterns and return to successful approaches when experiments don't pan out. The workspace itself evolves to support better production. You add a shelf for organised ingredient storage. You designate specific areas for different stages of the process, measuring, mixing, filling and labelling. You invest in a few better tools when you can afford them, a more accurate scale, better mixing implements, and a small heating source for warming ingredients safely. Your evening production sessions settle into a comfortable routine. You clear the work table, arrange everything needed for that evening's batches, and work through the familiar steps with steady focus. The room is quiet except for the sounds of mixing, pouring, and containers being sealed. The repetition is soothing rather than tedious. Each completed batch represents product that will genuinely help someone. Between batches, you clean tools and surfaces thoroughly. This habit serves multiple purposes. It maintains hygiene standards essential for a personal care product. It prevents cross-contamination between batches, and it gives you brief mental pauses that help maintain concentration through longer production sessions. You notice improvements in your efficiency over time. What once took 2 hours now takes 90 minutes. What once required constant attention now allows brief moments for other tasks during waiting periods. You're learning the craft of production, developing the practical skills that turn good ideas into reliable products. The work remains grounded in everyday reality. There are evenings when you're too tired from laundry work to produce additional batches. There are weeks when ingredient costs rise unexpectedly, forcing you to raise prices slightly or accept reduced margins. There are occasional mistakes, a batch mixed incorrectly, a container that leaks, a label that smears. But the overall trajectory is one of gradual improvement and growing capability. You're becoming skilled at this specific work, developing expertise through repetition and careful attention. The product you make today is measurably better than what you made 6 months ago, not because of dramatic breakthroughs, but because of countless small refinements accumulated over time. You sit in a church basement on a weekday evening, surrounded by women who've come to learn about caring for their hair and scalp. The gathering is informal, arranged through word-of-mouth invitations passed along networks of friends, neighbours and acquaintances. Folding chairs form a loose circle, and the atmosphere is relaxed and conversational. You've brought samples of your product and some simple materials for demonstration. The women present range in age and circumstance, but they share common concerns about hair health and the limited options available to address those concerns. Some have used your product before, others have heard about it and are curious. A few are friends of friends, here because someone they trust suggested it might be worthwhile. The teaching you offer is practical and straightforward. You explain how you developed the formula, what each major ingredient contributes, and why consistency and application matters for best results. You demonstrate proper technique, showing how much product to use and how to work it through hair and into the scalp. The women watch carefully, ask questions, and share their own experiences and observations. This kind of gathering has become a regular part of your work. Not formal classes exactly, but opportunities to share knowledge and build relationships. You've found that women who understand how and why the product works become more effective users and more enthusiastic recommenders. Education strengthens the entire network of people connected to your growing business. Some of the women present express interest in selling the product themselves. They have their own networks of friends and family who might benefit. They could use the additional income that sales would provide. You consider this possibility carefully. Expanding through trusted individuals makes sense if done thoughtfully, with proper support and standards. You begin to develop a simple system for these potential agents. You explain the product thoroughly, ensuring they understand it well enough to discuss it accurately with others. You provide them with enough inventory to get started, extending credit when necessary based on trust and relationship. You outline fair pricing that allows them to earn reasonable income while keeping the product accessible to customers. The first few women who begin selling your product in their own communities report back regularly. They describe what works in their conversations with potential customers, what questions come up most frequently, and what concerns people express. You listen carefully to this feedback, learning about needs and perspectives you might not encounter directly. This information helps refine both the product and the approach to sharing it. Trust forms the foundation of these expanding networks. The women who represent your product are putting their own reputations on the line. If the product fails to deliver results, they lose credibility with people they know personally. This motivates everyone involved to maintain high standards and honest communication about what the product can and cannot do. You develop simple printed materials to support the agents, basic information sheets they can share, guidelines for consistent messaging, and instructions for ordering additional inventory. The materials are straightforward and practical, focused on helping agents feel confident and informed rather than creating complicated procedures. Regular gatherings become opportunities to connect with your growing network of agents. You meet monthly when possible, sharing updates, addressing challenges, and celebrating successes. The meetings are held in borrowed spaces, church halls, community centres, and occasionally someone's larger home. The atmosphere remains informal and supportive, rather than hierarchical or overly structured. During these gatherings, agents share strategies that work in their particular communities. One woman explains how she provides samples to influential community members, who then recommend the product to others. Another describes demonstrating the product at small home gatherings similar to the one where she first learned about it. These peer-to-peer exchanges of practical knowledge prove more valuable than any centralized training you could provide. The community aspect extends beyond business considerations. These gatherings become spaces where women support each other more broadly, sharing information about job opportunities, offering help during difficult times, and celebrating personal milestones. The hair product business creates connections that serve multiple purposes in people's lives. You maintain careful records of inventory distributed to agents, payments received, and commissions owed. The bookkeeping is simple but essential. Fair financial treatment builds trust just as much as product quality does. You pay commissions promptly, acknowledge each agent's contributions, and work with them through any difficulties that arise in their selling efforts. Some agents prove particularly effective and begin to build substantial customer bases of their own. You recognize and support these emerging leaders within the network, providing them with additional guidance and resources. A few express interest in developing their own teams of agents, creating another layer of distribution. You consider this expansion carefully, wanting to maintain quality and relationships even as reach increases. The knowledge sharing flows in multiple directions. Agents bring you information about customer needs and competitive products. Customers provide feedback that helps you refine formulas and approaches. You share production knowledge and business practices with agents who express interest in understanding the full scope of the work. This reciprocal exchange strengthens the entire network. You occasionally encounter women who've tried to create similar products, but struggled with consistency or effectiveness. Rather than viewing them as competition, you consider whether there's knowledge you could share that would help them succeed. The market is large enough that multiple good products could thrive, and collective improvement in hair care options benefits everyone. Church communities continue to serve as important networks for connection and information sharing. The trusted relationships formed through worship and service translate readily into business relationships built on integrity and mutual support. Pastors and church leaders sometimes facilitate introductions or provide space for gatherings, recognizing the practical value this business brings to their congregations. You develop a reputation for treating people fairly and honestly. When problems arise, a delayed shipment, a batch that doesn't meet standards, a financial misunderstanding, you address them directly and work toward equitable solutions. This reliability becomes one of your most valuable business assets, generating referrals and loyalty that no advertising could purchase. The collaborative nature of the growing enterprise means you're rarely working in isolation. Even during solo production sessions, you're aware of the network of women who depend on consistent inventory, who are having conversations about the product in their own communities, and who are building their own economic opportunities through connection to this work. Some agents develop specialised knowledge about particular hair care challenges. One woman becomes especially skilled at helping customers with severely damaged hair. Another focuses on preventive care for younger women. You encourage this specialisation, recognising that diverse expertise within the network serves customers better than any single approach could. The network also provides emotional support for the challenges of business building. Other women understand the difficulty of balancing multiple forms of work, the uncertainty of variable income, and the challenge of maintaining confidence when faced with skepticism or obstacles. The shared experience creates bonds of understanding and encouragement that sustain everyone involved. You finish mixing the evening's final batch and begin the familiar process of cleaning your workspace. The lamp casts steady light across the work table as you wash mixing tools, wipe down surfaces, and return ingredients to their designated storage places. Your movements are methodical and unhurried, part of the daily rhythm that signals transition from productive work to evening rest. The importance of rest has become clearer as your workload has increased. Between laundry labour and product business, you're working more hours than before. Your body requires proper recovery to sustain this pace over time. You've learned to recognise the difference between ordinary tiredness at day's end and the deeper fatigue that indicates a genuine need for restoration. Sunday remains a day of reduced activity. Morning church service provides both spiritual nourishment and community connection. The afternoon stretches open, hours you protect from work obligations. Sometimes you read. Sometimes you simply sit quietly, allowing your mind to rest along with your body. Occasionally you visit with friends, having conversations that refresh rather than drain. These Sunday pauses prove essential for maintaining focus and energy through the working week. The break creates mental space for reflection, for considering whether your current approach to work is sustainable, and for noticing if adjustments are needed in how you allocate time and energy. The rhythm of work and rest prevents the gradual accumulation of exhaustion that would eventually undermine everything. You've also built smaller rest periods into your daily routine. After returning from laundry work, you allow yourself time to eat a proper meal and sit quietly before beginning evening production sessions. This transition period, even just 30 minutes, makes the evening work more sustainable. You approach the work table refreshed rather than already depleted. Some evenings, you choose rest over production. If you're genuinely tired, if your body is telling you it needs recovery, you honour that signal. You've learned that forcing work through exhaustion produces lower quality results and increases the risk of mistakes. It is better to produce fewer batches at high quality than to push for quantity at the cost of standards and well-being. Sleep itself receives careful attention. You maintain relatively consistent sleep and wake times, helping your body establish reliable rhythms. The room where you sleep is kept as comfortable as circumstances allow, clean, reasonably quiet and free from unnecessary clutter that might disturb rest. You prepare for sleep deliberately, settling your mind along with your body. The evening routine before sleep includes practical preparations for the next day. You set out clothes for morning, prepare any materials needed for the next day's work, and review what needs to happen tomorrow. This advanced organisation prevents morning stress and allows you to sleep without worrying about being unprepared for what's coming. You've noticed patterns in your energy levels across the week. Certain days you feel naturally more energetic and capable of handling demanding tasks. Other days your energy runs lower, better suited to routine work that requires less intense focus. You try to align your work schedule with these natural fluctuations, tackling more challenging production or business tasks on higher energy days. Physical care beyond sleep also matters. You maintain simple practices that support your body's ability to work. Adequate food and water throughout the day, and occasional stretching to counter the physical demands of laundry labour. These aren't elaborate self-care rituals, but basic maintenance that prevents accumulated physical strain. Rest also includes mental quiet. Some evenings, instead of reading or planning, you simply allow your mind to wander without particular direction or purpose. This unstructured mental time seems to help with problem solving and creativity in ways that direct focus doesn't. Solutions to business challenges sometimes emerge during these unfocused periods. You've become protective of your rest time, understanding it as essential rather than optional. When people request meetings or deliveries during hours you've designated for rest, you politely suggest alternative times. This boundary setting feels uncomfortable at first, but proves necessary for long-term sustainability. The balance between work and rest requires ongoing attention and adjustment. Busy periods sometimes demand temporarily increased hours, but you remain aware of how long you can sustain elevated work levels before rest becomes non-negotiable. You've learned to distinguish between seasons of legitimate increased effort and unsustainable overwork that will eventually exact a cost. Other women in your network share their own approaches to managing energy and avoiding exhaustion. These conversations normalize the importance of rest, counter-cultural messages that equate worthiness with constant productivity, and provide practical strategies for protecting recovery time even amid demanding circumstances. You notice that adequate rest improves not just your physical capability, but also your emotional resilience and judgment. Business decisions made when well rested tend to be sounder than those made in states of exhaustion. Customer interactions go more smoothly when you're not depleted. Creative problem solving comes more readily when your mind has had proper recovery time. The financial pressures of building a business could easily drive you toward unsustainable work hours, sacrificing rest for increased production and income. You resist this temptation consciously, having observed others whose health failed under constant strain, ultimately costing them far more than any short-term financial gain was worth. Rest periods also provide opportunities for gratitude and perspective. When you step back from constant activity, you can recognize progress that's easy to miss while immersed in daily challenges. You can appreciate the network of supportive relationships, the modest but real improvements in your circumstances, and the satisfaction of work that genuinely helps people. Evening walks occasionally serve as both exercise and mental rest. The familiar neighbourhood streets, the rhythm of walking, the slight shift in air temperature as full night approaches. These simple sensory experiences provide restoration different from sleep but equally valuable. Movement and fresh air clear your mind in ways that sitting indoors cannot. You sit at your small table with a ledger book open before you, entering the day's transactions in careful handwriting. Each sale is recorded with the date, agent name, quantity, and amount. Each expense is noted with similar detail. The bookkeeping is tedious but essential, providing clear information about whether the business is actually sustainable or merely creating the illusion of progress. The financial records reveal patterns that guide decision-making. You can see which months bring higher sales, which agents consistently move significant product, and what your actual costs per unit are versus what you assume they might be. This information replaces guesswork with knowledge, allowing you to plan more realistically. You've begun to think more systematically about business operations. What seemed informal and manageable when serving a dozen customers now requires more structure as the network expands to 50, then 100, then more. Without systems, chaos would quickly undermine everything you've built. Inventory management becomes increasingly important. You need to maintain sufficient supply to meet agent demand without tying up too much money in materials and finished products sitting idle. You develop simple tracking methods that show how much inventory you have, how quickly it typically moves, and when you need to reorder ingredients. The production schedule itself becomes more formalised. Instead of making products whenever time allows, you designate specific production days and target quantities. This regularity makes planning easier for agents who need to know when fresh inventory will be available. It also helps you manage your own time and energy more effectively. You create standardised procedures for mixing batches, written down clearly enough that the process could be replicated consistently, even by someone else following the instructions. This documentation serves multiple purposes. It ensures quality consistency, it creates a reference if you forget a detail, and it represents tangible intellectual property that has value beyond your personal labour. Order fulfillment develops its own routine. Agents submit orders on a regular schedule. You compile these orders, determine what needs to be produced, create the necessary batches, package everything appropriately, and arrange for delivery or pickup. Each step requires attention and organisation to prevent errors that would damage trust and relationships. You begin using simple form letters for common communications, acknowledgement of orders, shipping notifications, and monthly statements. These standardised documents save time while ensuring clear professional communication. You still add personal notes when appropriate, but the basic framework is consistent and efficient. The question of where to produce becomes pressing as volume increases. Your small room is adequate for current levels, but won't support significant growth. You begin to consider whether you need a dedicated workspace, perhaps renting a small commercial space that could accommodate larger production batches and inventory storage. The financial calculation around workspace is complex. Rent would increase your fixed costs, requiring higher sales volume to justify the expense. But dedicated space would allow more efficient production, better quality control, and room for potential growth. You research available spaces, compare costs and project, whether your current sales trajectory could support the additional overhead. Training materials for new agents become more developed. You create written guidelines explaining product benefits, proper usage instructions, pricing policies, ordering procedures, and quality standards. These materials allow new agents to get started with less direct intervention from you, freeing your time for other aspects of the business. You establish clearer policies around various business situations. What happens if an agent can't pay for inventory they ordered? How do you handle customer complaints? What quality standards must be met before a product can be sold? Having thought through these scenarios in advance allows you to respond consistently and fairly when they actually occur. Record keeping expands beyond financial transactions to include agent performance, customer feedback, and product development notes. You maintain separate sections in your ledger for different types of information, creating an organised reference system that helps you track the business's evolution and learn from experience. Communication systems develop to keep agents informed and connected. You send regular written updates about new product availability, policy changes, or useful techniques that agents have shared. These communications maintain connection even between in-person gatherings and help everyone feel part of a coordinated effort. Quality control procedures become more rigorous. You develop a checklist for evaluating each batch before it goes to agents. Appearance, texture, scent, and consistency with standard. Any batch that doesn't meet all criteria is held back for further investigation or discarded. This systematic quality assurance protects the reputation you've worked so hard to build. You begin to think about product packaging more strategically. Better containers cost more but present the product more professionally and reduce the risk of spills or contamination. You experiment with different suppliers and container styles, weighing appearance, functionality, and cost. Eventually you settle on a standard package that balances these considerations appropriately. Labelling becomes more sophisticated while remaining clear and honest. You include not just usage instructions, but also ingredient information. your name and contact information, and simple but consistent visual design that makes your product recognizable. The labels communicate professionalism and care without overstating what the product can deliver. You develop systems for gathering and incorporating feedback. Agents fill out simple forms reporting sales numbers, customer comments, and questions that arise frequently. You review these forms regularly, looking for patterns that might indicate needed improvements or new opportunities. The business structure you're building isn't elaborate or complicated, but it's becoming increasingly reliable and professional. Each system serves a clear purpose, making some aspect of the work more efficient or effective. The accumulated effect of these modest improvements is significant operational capability. You also create financial reserves when possible, setting aside money to cushion against slower sales periods or unexpected expenses. This buffer provides stability and reduces the stress of variable income. Building reserves requires discipline, putting money aside even when immediate uses for it feel pressing. Administrative work now occupies specific time blocks in your schedule. Several hours each week are devoted to bookkeeping, correspondence planning, and reviewing business operations. This dedicated time ensures that administrative tasks don't get perpetually postponed in favour of more immediate production or sales work. The lamp's glow illuminates papers spread across your work table, orders to review, letters to write, and calculations to verify. Outside, the neighbourhood has grown quiet as evening deepens into night. This is your time for the planning and administrative work that keeps the business functioning smoothly. You begin by reviewing the week's orders from agents across different communities. Each order represents women you may never meet, but whose hair care needs connect them to your work. You note quantities, calculate required production, and determine which ingredients need to be ordered to fulfill everything promptly. The mathematics is straightforward, but requires careful attention to avoid errors. Correspondence occupies a significant portion of these evening sessions. Letters to suppliers inquiring about ingredient availability and pricing. Notes to agents acknowledging their orders and providing shipping timelines. Responses to questions about product usage or business procedures. Each letter is written carefully, your handwriting neat and legible, and your language clear and professional. The physical act of writing is soothing in its way. The scratch of pen on paper, the formation of letters and words, the gradual accumulation of a completed page. Unlike the quick conversations of daily business, letters allow you to consider your thoughts carefully and express them precisely. They create lasting records of commitments and information. You review financial records, comparing actual income and expenses against your projections. Some months exceed expectations, others fall slightly short. You note patterns, trying to understand what drives variation. Are certain months naturally slower? Do particular agents need additional support to maintain steady sales? The numbers tell stories if you examine them thoughtfully. Planning for the coming weeks involves juggling multiple considerations. How much product do you need to produce? When should ingredients be ordered to arrive in time? Which agents need attention or communication? What administrative tasks have been postponed that now require completion? You create simple lists that organise these questions into manageable actions. The evening hours also include maintenance of your workspace and tools. You sharpen a knife used for cutting labels, you wash containers thoroughly and set them to dry for tomorrow's production. You reorganise shelves that have become cluttered, returning each item to its proper place. These small acts of care extend the life of your tools and maintain an environment conducive to good work. Sometimes you use evening time to experiment with potential product improvements. Small test batches with slight formula modifications, new packaging approaches, and different labelling designs. These experiments happen separately from regular production, carefully contained so they don't compromise the consistency customers depend on. You draft business plans of a sort, though they remain simple and grounded. What do you want the business to look like 6 months from now? What would need to happen to achieve that vision? What obstacles might arise? The planning is realistic rather than grandiose. focused on steady improvement rather than dramatic transformation. Reading occupies some evening hours when correspondence and planning are complete. You've acquired a few books about business practices and chemical preparations, reading them slowly, absorbing information that might prove useful. The reading is purposeful but also relaxing, a way to learn while allowing your mind to shift away from immediate concerns. You occasionally reflect on how far the business has come from its informal beginnings. The progression from personal experimentation to systematic production and distribution represents real development, achieved through consistent effort rather than sudden breakthroughs. The reflection brings satisfaction without complacency, appreciation for progress while recognizing work that remains. Evening planning sessions also include thinking about the women in your agent network, who might benefit from additional training or support, who has expressed interest in taking on more responsibility, who might be struggling with some aspect of the work. The business depends on these relationships, and they deserve thoughtful attention. You write notes to yourself about ideas that arise during these quiet evening hours, a potential new agent who was recommended, a different approach to packaging that might reduce costs, a question to research about ingredient sourcing. These notes accumulate in a designated section of your ledger, captured for future consideration rather than lost to forgetfulness. The rhythm of these evening work sessions provides structure to your days. Knowing that planning time is protected allows you to defer certain decisions and questions during busier daytime hours. You can note something that needs attention and trust that you'll address it during evening administrative time. Some evenings include preparation of materials for upcoming agent gatherings. You compile information to share, prepare samples to demonstrate, and organise any documents that will be distributed. These preparations ensure that gathering time is used effectively for connection and learning rather than wasted on disorganisation. You maintain a simple calendar system tracking important dates, when ingredient shipments should arrive, when agents expect inventory, and when you've committed to various communications or meetings. The calendar prevents oversights and allows you to plan your time realistically across multiple responsibilities. Financial planning receives regular attention during evening sessions. You consider questions like whether to reinvest all profits into business growth or to pay yourself more for your labour. You think about whether you're charging appropriate prices, whether your profit margins are sustainable, and whether expense patterns show opportunities for greater efficiency. The evening work is less physically demanding than production or laundry labour, but it requires mental energy and focus. You've learned to tackle more complex planning tasks earlier in the evening, when your mind is fresher, leaving routine correspondence and simple calculations for later, when fatigue might compromise more challenging analytical work. As each planning session winds down, you organise papers into designated files, return your ledger to its shelf and extinguish the lamp. The work table is cleared, ready for whatever the next day requires. The evening's work is complete, and you can transition to the final routines before sleep. You stand at your small basin, washing your face and hands with movements that have become automatic through countless repetitions. The water is cool and refreshing after the evening's work. The simple act of washing marks the transition from productive activity to rest and recovery. Your hair receives attention as it does most nights. You apply a small amount of your own product, working it through methodically, ensuring even distribution from scalp to ends. The process is both practical maintenance and direct connection to the work that now defines much of your life. Your hair remains the ongoing test of your product's effectiveness. The room is arranged in a familiar order. Materials for tomorrow's laundry work are set out near the door. Your production workspace is clean and organised, ingredients properly stored, and tools in their places. Clothes for morning are laid across the chair. Everything is positioned to make tomorrow's start as smooth as possible. You move through the space straightening minor disorder, smoothing the coverlet, aligning items on the shelf, and returning stray objects to their proper locations. This evening tidying is both practical and ritual, a way of settling the space and your own mind. The order creates a sense of completion, of closing the day properly. The lamp's flame is adjusted lower now, providing just enough light for final preparations without the brightness needed for detailed work. The softer illumination suits this quieter part of the evening, the transition toward darkness and sleep. Shadows gather gently in the corners of the room. You review tomorrow's commitments mentally, a final check to ensure nothing essential has been overlooked. Laundry pickup early morning, production batch in the afternoon, letter writing in the evening. The day ahead is clear in your mind, anticipated, but not worried over. Knowing what's coming allows you to rest without anxiety about being unprepared. A simple nightgown replaces your day clothes, comfortable fabric suitable for sleep. The physical sensation of changing clothes signals to your body that work is truly finished for the day. These small bodily cues help establish the shift into restorative rest. You spend a few moments sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, simply breathing, allowing the day's activities to settle. Thoughts about work drift through your mind without particular urgency. Plans, memories, questions, and observations all are acknowledged and then released, not pursued into problem-solving or detailed planning. The bed itself has been made carefully this morning, and you appreciate now the smooth sheets and plumped pillow that wait. This small act of self-care from hours ago creates comfort now. The continuity between morning and evening, between different versions of yourself caring for one another across time, provides quiet reassurance. You extinguish the lamp with practiced efficiency, the room falling into darkness except for whatever moonlight or streetlight enters through the window. Your eyes adjust slowly to the dimness. The familiar shapes of furniture become barely visible silhouettes. Lying down, you feel your body begin to relax incrementally, muscles releasing tension accumulated through the day's work. The mattress, though simple, provides adequate support. The blanket's weight is comforting without being too heavy. The pillow cradles your head at a comfortable angle. Outside sounds are minimal at this hour. Occasional footsteps on the street perhaps, the distant sound of a closing door. Mostly there is quiet. The neighbourhood settled into night. The sounds that do reach you are familiar and therefore comforting rather than disturbing. Your mind continues to wind down, thoughts becoming less linear and focused. Images and sensations drift past without coherent narrative. The boundary between waking and sleeping grows permeable. Awareness of your body becomes diffuse. The specific sensations of contact with bed and blanket fading into general comfort. Sleep approaches not suddenly but gradually, consciousness dimming like a lamp being turned down degree by degree. There is no effort to force sleep, only willingness to receive it when it arrives. The day's work is complete. Tomorrow's work will come when it comes. For now, there is only this quiet transition into rest. Your breathing has slowed and deepened without conscious direction. The rhythm is steady and automatic, the body's natural preparation for sleep. Each breath out releases a bit more tension. Each breath in brings calm. The room holds you safely in its familiar bounds. The walls you've looked at countless times. The ceiling you know even in darkness. The window is in its usual place. The door was properly secured. Everything is as it should be, ordered and peaceful. The last conscious thoughts are barely thoughts at all. Vague awareness of comfort, fleeting appreciation for rest, and dim anticipation of tomorrow without anxiety. Then even these fade and sleep takes over fully, the mind relinquishing its hold on wakefulness and settling into the restorative darkness of night. Morning returns as it always does, light gradually filling the room, the neighbourhood waking to another day of work and connection. You rise and begin again the familiar routines that structure your life, washing, dressing, and preparing for the day ahead. This cycle continues, reliable and sustaining. The business has become an established part of your community and your own identity. Women across multiple cities now depend on your product for their hair care needs. Agents across these communities earn income through their connection to your work. The enterprise that began as personal experimentation has grown into something that serves and supports many people. This growth happened through accumulation rather than sudden transformation. Each day's work built upon the previous days, Each improvement added to the foundation of what came before. The progression was steady, grounded in consistency and care rather than dramatic leaps or radical changes. Your days maintain familiar patterns even as specific tasks evolve. Laundry work continues, though perhaps there is less of it now as product business income increases. Production sessions follow established routines, the movements and measurements automatic after countless repetitions. Administrative work fills evening hours with planning, correspondence, and record keeping. The network of agents grows gradually, with new women joining as others recommend them based on trust and observed capability. Each new agent receives the same careful introduction to the work, the same training and support, and the same fair treatment. The network's expansion maintains the values and relationships that have made it successful. Product quality remains paramount, protected by the systems and standards you've developed. Each batch meets the same criteria before reaching customers. Consistency builds trust, and trust sustains the entire enterprise across distance and time. Women who've never met you trust your product because women they know have verified its reliability. The business provides not just income but purpose and connection. It creates opportunities for women to improve their economic circumstances through effort and relationships. It addresses a genuine need with a quality product. It demonstrates that careful work and community support can build something sustainable and valuable. You continue to learn and adapt as circumstances change. New challenges arise, ingredient supply issues, competitive products, and economic fluctuations affecting customer spending. You address each challenge with the same methodical approach that characterized your early experiments, trying different solutions, observing results, and adjusting accordingly. The financial foundation strengthens over time, reserves grow slowly but steadily, providing buffer against uncertainty. Income becomes more predictable as customer loyalty develops and agent networks mature. The business isn't wildly profitable, but it's increasingly stable and sustainable. Relationships within the agent network deepen through shared experience and mutual support. Women who started as strangers become colleagues, sometimes friends. They celebrate each other's successes, help each other through difficulties, and share knowledge freely. The business creates community alongside commerce. Your own role evolves as the business grows. Less time on direct production, more on planning and relationship management. Less focus on perfecting formulas, more on maintaining systems and supporting agents. The work changes but remains grounded in the same values of quality, fairness, and service. The workspace you occupy now is larger than your original room, a modest commercial space that allows better production efficiency and inventory storage. The upgrade was carefully considered and cautiously financed, implemented only when sales clearly justified the additional cost. Even this expansion was incremental rather than dramatic. Evening routines continue to provide structure and reflection time. The administrative work that once fit into brief sessions now requires several hours weekly, but it's organised and manageable. Planning happens regularly rather than reactively. The business operates with increasing smoothness as systems mature. You remain connected to the product itself, still using it daily, still testing any modifications personally before considering broader implementation. This direct relationship with your core offering keeps you grounded in the practical reality that sustains everything else. The community's response to your work brings quiet satisfaction. Women express genuine gratitude for a product that helps them care for themselves. Agents appreciate the opportunity to earn income while serving their communities. The impact is modest but real, improving lives in tangible ways. Looking forward, you see the potential for continued growth without losing the essential character of the work. More communities could be served. More agents could participate. Production could expand to meet increased demand. All of this is possible while maintaining the quality and relationships that make the enterprise worthwhile. But growth is not pursued for its own sake. The business serves a purpose beyond profit, providing good work, addressing genuine needs, creating opportunity, and building community. These purposes guide decision-making more than any abstract goal of expansion or wealth. The evenings remain peaceful times for planning and reflection. Work completed, preparations made, rest approaching. The cycle of effort and recovery continues, sustainable precisely because it respects both sides of that rhythm. Rest makes work possible. Work gives rest purpose. Together they create a balanced life. As night arrives and you complete your familiar evening routines, there is a sense of rightness about the day. Work was done with care. People were served fairly. Progress continued steadily. Relationships were maintained. These small achievements accumulate into a life of meaning and stability. You settle into rest, knowing tomorrow will bring more of the same essential work: production, relationship, service, and care. The repetition is not tedious, but sustaining. The familiar patterns provide structure within which skill deepens and capability grows. The business endures not through dramatic intervention, but through consistent attention to fundamentals. Quality product carefully made. Fair treatment of all involved. Honest communication about what's being offered. Reliable systems that support rather than constrain. Community relationships that create mutual benefit. This approach builds slowly but durably. There are no shortcuts, no dramatic breakthroughs that bypass the need for steady work. But there is progress, real and measurable, accumulating year by year into something substantial and enduring. The lamp is extinguished. The room falls into comfortable darkness. Your body relaxes into the familiar bed. Tomorrow will come with its familiar rhythms and responsibilities. For now there is rest, well-earned and deeply needed. The business you've built will continue tomorrow and the days after, serving communities, supporting agents, and addressing needs. It will endure because it's founded on principles that sustain quality, fairness, community, and care. These foundations support continued growth without requiring constant dramatic effort, and you will rest, gathering strength for tomorrow's work, secure in the knowledge that your efforts matter, that the patterns you've established are sound, and that the community you've built with others will continue its quiet, steady work of service and opportunity. The night is calm, the room is ordered. Rest comes easily, as it should after honest work thoughtfully completed. Tomorrow will bring more work, more connection, and more steady progress toward a future built one careful day at a time. The wind on the Mongolian steppe doesn't merely just blow, it also delivers judgment. Harsh and unrelenting, it strips away pretense, like skin from bone. Modern meteorologists measure wind speed in kilometers per hour. 13th century Mongols measured it by how quickly it could freeze the tears on your face. During winter, temperatures routinely plunge to negative 40 degrees, a number where Celsius and Fahrenheit find their rare point of agreement. That same landscape might bake at 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, in the summer, causing thermal swings that are unheard of in our climate-controlled lives. You, with your dependency on consistent room temperatures, hot showers, and memory foam mattresses, would find yourself desperately unprepared for this fundamental reality. The average Mongol warrior began developing their environmental resilience before they could walk. By age 3, children were placed on horses. By 5, they could ride independently. By 10, many had survived multiple seasons of brutal weather that would send modern emergency management agencies into crisis mode. Your entire concept of roughing it might involve a weekend of glamping with a portable espresso maker. The Mongols would find the idea laughable if they understood what espresso was. Water, that substance you acquire with a lazy twist of a faucet handle, required strategic planning in the empire. The steppe's watercourses were unreliable, sometimes disappearing entirely during dry periods. Many Mongols drank arag, fermented merez milk, which served multiple purposes: hydration, nutrition, mild intoxication, and, crucially, bacteriological safety. Your untrained digestive system would likely reject this essential staple, leaving you dehydrated on the windswept plains. Consider your current fitness level. The average Mongol regularly rode 60 to 80 kilometers daily. They maintained this pace for weeks while wearing armor and carrying weapons. Many could shoot arrows with deadly accuracy from horseback, drawing bows requiring 166 pounds of pull strength, nearly triple the draw weight of a modern compound hunting bow. Your gym membership and occasional weekend hike have not prepared you for this level of physical demand. The constant movement of nomadic life meant that storage space was precious. The concept of belongings underwent severe restriction. While you might feel anxious travelling with just carry-on luggage for a week, Mongols transported their entire lives on horseback or in carts. The mental adjustment alone, living with only what could be easily packed and moved, would challenge your very identity, shaped as it is by acquisition and accumulation. Sleep patterns differed dramatically as well. The Empire's military maintained vigilance through a system of night watches, with warriors sleeping in armour, ready to fight within moments. No alarm snoozing, no, just 5 more minutes. When the signal came, you rode or died. Sleep was not a right, but a resource to be carefully managed and often denied. Food security operated on principles alien to your experience. The average Mongol warrior could survive on dried meat and milk products for extended periods, supplemented occasionally by foraged plants and hunted game. Their digestive systems adapted to high protein, high fat and low carbohydrate diets, similar to a ketogenic diet, but without modern conveniences like Instagram posts or specialty products. Your body, accustomed to regular meals with diverse nutrients, would struggle with both the content and irregularity of step nutrition. Then there's the matter of hygiene. Your concept of cleanliness hinges on daily showering and the liberal application of scented products. The Mongols, living in a water-scarce environment, developed different standards. Smoke from dung fires provided antibacterial benefits inside yurts, while animal fats protected skin from windburn and frostbite. The smell of a Mongol encampment, a potent blend of horses, humans, smoke and fermentation, would overwhelm your sanitized sensibilities. These environmental challenges represent merely the baseline difficulties, the ambient conditions that existed before considering human conflicts, political complexities, or social hierarchies. If the elements themselves defeated you, imagine how poorly you would fare against humans who mastered this harsh existence and then decided to conquer the known world. The social architecture of the Mongol Empire would confound you as thoroughly as its physical demands. You've been conditioned by modern Western ideology to believe in certain fundamental rights, speech, assembly, and individual autonomy. These concepts would be difficult to understand within the Mongol socio-political framework, which valued individuals based on their utility to the collective and their position within a rigid hierarchy. Let's begin with language. The Mongol Empire eventually encompassed speakers of dozens of languages, but the lingua franca remained Mongolian, specifically Middle Mongolian written in Uyghur script. Without fluency, you would be effectively mute, unable to defend yourself verbally, comprehend orders, or navigate social situations. Interpreters existed, certainly, but they served the empire's elite. Your linguistic isolation would render you vulnerable in ways you cannot imagine. Having always inhabited linguistic environments where communication felt like a birthright rather than a privilege. Then there's the matter of honour culture. Modern society has largely abandoned honour as an organising principle, replacing it with legal frameworks and bureaucracy. In the Mongol Empire, slights to honour, real or perceived, could trigger immediate violence without legal recourse. Your ingrained habits of casual speech, direct eye contact, or inadvertent physical contact might constitute grave offences. Without the cultural fluency to navigate these unwritten rules, you would blunder into conflict through innocent behaviours. The Mongol legal system, codified in the Yasa, Genghis Khan's legal code, prescribed death for a startling range of offences. What was the penalty for urinating in running water? Death. Adultery? Death. Theft? Often death. Even minor theft could result in punishment 9 times the value of the stolen item. Bankruptcy, the debtor and their family could be enslaved. Your understanding of proportional justice would provide no protection in a system where examples were made to maintain order across vast territories. Religious tolerance in the Mongol Empire is often celebrated by historians, but this tolerance had pragmatic rather than ideological roots. The Mongols permitted various faiths, because religious leaders were exempt from certain taxes and conscription, providing administrative convenience. However, this tolerance did not extend to religious practices that conflicted with Mongol customs. For instance, Muslim and Jewish prohibitions against consuming blood or improperly slaughtered meat were directly at odds with nomadic food practices. Religious practitioners were forced to choose between spiritual compromise or physical hunger. Your conception of privacy would dissolve entirely. The GER, yurt, housed extended family units in a single open space. Conversations, bodily functions, and intimacy all occurred within a communal environment. The Mongol camps themselves were arranged according to military organisation, with placement determined by rank and function rather than personal preference. Your desire for me-time or a quiet space to decompress would find no accommodation in this structure. Your modern sensibilities would be further shocked by gender roles. While Mongol women enjoyed more rights than their counterparts in many sedentary civilizations, they could own property, divorce, and sometimes participate in warfare. Their status remained fundamentally determined by their relationship to male power structures. Women's primary value centered on reproductive capacity and household management. The concepts of gender equality or personal fulfillment outside prescribed roles would seem alien and dangerous. Class mobility, that cherished modern ideal, existed but followed different patterns than you might expect. Genghis Khan famously promoted based on merit rather than birth. But this meritocracy was measured primarily through loyalty and military prowess. Your specialized modern skills, programming, marketing, and financial analysis would hold little immediate value. Unless you could quickly demonstrate utility in warfare, animal husbandry, or practical crafts, your position would likely default to the bottom of the hierarchy. The concept of face, or social reputation, functioned as actual currency. In an empire where written records remained limited, your word and reputation formed your primary assets. Breaking promises, showing weakness, or failing to reciprocate generosity would irreparably damage your standing. Without understanding the intricate dance of obligation, favour trading, and reputation management, you would quickly find yourself socially bankrupt. Most fundamentally disorienting would be the collective rather than individual orientation of Mongol society. Decisions prioritize group survival over individual rights or preferences. Resource distribution, military service, and marriage arrangements all serve collective interests first. Your deeply ingrained individualism, whether you recognize it or not, would mark you as fundamentally untrustworthy in a culture where solidarity meant survival. The Mongol military apparatus operated with a systematic efficiency that transformed warfare across Eurasia, but your integration into this machine would prove catastrophically difficult, assuming you were even permitted to join rather than being classified as a servant or slave. First, consider the entry requirements. By adolescence, Mongol warriors could shoot arrows accurately while riding at full gallop, navigate vast distances without maps using only astronomical and geographical features, butcher animals efficiently for maximum resource utilization, survive independently on the steppe with minimal equipment, track humans and animals across varied terrains, execute complex cavalry maneuvers in formation. These weren't specialized skills for elite units. They were baseline competencies expected of ordinary soldiers. Your modern abilities with spreadsheets, home appliances, or even conventional weapons would provide almost no transferable advantages. The physical conditioning alone would likely break you within days. During campaigns, Mongol warriors frequently rode between 100 and 130 kilometers each day. They did not ride for a single day, but for weeks or months at a time. Modern endurance athletes train specifically for singular events. Mongol warriors maintained this capacity as their baseline existence. They could sleep in saddles, go days with minimal water, and function effectively despite extreme physical discomfort. The Mongol military diet during campaigns frequently consisted of dried meat powder mixed with water or blood drawn from a small incision in their horse's vein. This high-protein, virtually zero-carbohydrate regimen sustained warriors through extraordinary physical demands. Your digestive system and metabolism, accustomed to regular carbohydrate intake and consistent meals, would struggle catastrophically with this dietary shift. Equipment maintenance formed another insurmountable challenge. Each warrior maintained multiple horses, weapons requiring specialized care, and armor demanding regular attention. The composite bow, the signature Mongol weapon, required constant maintenance to prevent delamination of its complex structure of wood, horn, and sinew. Improper storage could render it useless in hours. Without generations of accumulated knowledge in these maintenance protocols, your equipment would fail at critical moments. The communication system would leave you perpetually confused. Mongol armies coordinated complex battlefield maneuvers using flag signals, horn calls, and drum patterns, a military language as foreign to you as ancient Sumerian. In battle conditions, misinterpreting these signals meant instant death, either from enemy action or from disrupting your side's carefully orchestrated movements. Discipline within the Mongol military operated with mechanical precision. The decimal organization system, with units of 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000, the famous two-men, created clear chains of command and responsibility. This structure enforced collective punishment. If one member of your Arban unit of 10 fled battle, all members could be executed. Your survival hinged not only on your own performance, but also on the performance of your assigned comrades. Pain tolerance represented another area where you would find yourself woefully unprepared. Medical care during campaigns was rudimentary by modern standards. Arrow wounds were treated by inserting milk-soaked cloth into the wound, then extracting it after the wound had begun festering, pulling damaged tissue out with the cloth. Broken bones might be set, but complex injuries often resulted in battlefield euthanasia. Your expectation of pain management would meet the harsh reality of pre-modern medicine. The psychological warfare practiced by the Mongols would disturb even hardened modern military personnel. Their systematic use of terror included constructing pyramids from the severed heads of civilians, using enemies as human shields, and deliberately allowing some survivors to flee and spread tales of horror. Mongol forces not only expected you to witness these acts, but also to participate in them without moral objection. The Mongol forces treated weather conditions that modern armies would consider operation suspending as merely incidental. They preferred campaigning in winter when rivers froze solid enough to support cavalry movements. Your cold weather gear, however advanced by today's standards, would prove inadequate against the combination of Siberian winds and constant movement that prevented establishing proper shelter. Most critically, the psychological framework of Mongol warfare would alienate you entirely. Modern military ethics emphasise distinction between combatants and non-combatants, proportionality in force application, and limitation of unnecessary suffering. Mongol strategic doctrine recognised no such distinctions. Civilian populations were legitimate targets, both for resource acquisition and psychological impact. Cities that immediately surrendered might escape, while those that resisted faced complete annihilation, not as a war crime, but as standard operational procedure. Your modern moral framework, whether you consider yourself hardened or not, has been shaped by centuries of evolving notions about the ethics of violence. The cognitive dissonance between these ingrained values and daily participation in Mongol military operations would create psychological trauma beyond anything your contemporary mind is structured to process. While the physical environment, social complexities and military demands of the Mongol Empire would each present formidable challenges, perhaps nothing would threaten your survival more immediately than the microbial landscape, a biological battlefield for which your body is perilously unprepared. Your immune system has developed in an environment of unprecedented sanitation, regular vaccination and antibiotics. This protected upbringing, while extending your lifespan, has left you immunologically naive compared to a 13th century nomad. The average Mongol survived numerous childhood diseases that would ravage your unprepared system. Their immune responses, honed through constant exposure to pathogens, operated at a level of efficiency your sheltered physiology cannot match. Consider water consumption, that most basic necessity. The Mongols developed specific techniques for locating reasonably safe water sources and, more importantly, harboured gut microbiota adapted to local pathogens. You, accustomed to treated municipal water, would likely contract severe dysentery within days of drinking from step water sources. Dehydration would rapidly follow, compromising physical performance precisely when maximum strength was needed for adaptation. The parasite load carried by average Mongol Empire inhabitants would astound modern physicians. Intestinal worms, skin parasites, and blood-borne pathogens existed in a complex equilibrium with host immune systems. These parasitic relationships often began in childhood, allowing for co-adaptation rather than acute crisis. Your body, encountering these organisms for the first time as an adult, would mount extreme inflammatory responses that could prove more dangerous than the parasites themselves. Zoonotic diseases, those transmitted between animals and humans, presented particular danger in a culture where close contact with livestock was unavoidable. The Mongols lived alongside horses, sheep, goats, camels and cattle, joining living spaces during harsh weather. Anthrax, brucellosis, and various animal-borne influenzas circulated continuously. While the Mongols developed partial immunity through childhood exposure, you would have no such protection. The bacterial environment itself would prove hostile. Soil-dwelling bacteria like Clostridium tetani, causing tetanus, represented constant threats in a lifestyle filled with small injuries from riding, hunting, and combat. The Mongols treated wounds with fermented mare's milk, hot animal fat or cauterization, methods that, while crude, often provided antimicrobial benefits. Without these techniques, any injury could become fatal due to infection. Dental health presents another vulnerability. The Mongol diet lacked refined sugars but still posed dental challenges. These were managed through specific hygiene practices using steppe plants with natural antimicrobial properties. Your teeth, despite modern dental care, would likely be unprepared for abrupt cessation of this care combined with a radically different diet. Dental infections, minor inconveniences in the modern world, became life-threatening in pre-antibiotic environments. Fungal infections flourished in the close quarters of Mongol encampments. Ringworm, athlete's foot, and various dermatological fungi spread readily among populations with limited access to complete hygiene facilities. The Mongols managed these conditions with specialized techniques involving smoke exposure and application of specific animal fats with antifungal properties. Without this knowledge, chronic fungal infections would compromise your skin's integrity, creating additional pathways for more dangerous infections. The Mongol Empire's greatest irony was that its military success facilitated unprecedented disease transmission across Eurasia. As the empire connected previously isolated disease pools, novel pathogens travelled trade routes with devastating efficiency. You would encounter not just local Mongolian pathogens, but biological threats from China, Persia, and the Rus' lands, all without the immunological preparation that lifelong inhabitants developed. We cannot overlook the psychological dimension of illness. Modern humans expect recovery from most infections. This expectation shapes how we experience illness, as a temporary inconvenience rather than an existential threat. During the Mongol era, every fever posed a risk of death. This chronic uncertainty created psychological resilience among survivors that you, with your expectation of medical rescue, have never needed to develop. Most critically, the communal understanding of disease differed fundamentally. While the Mongols recognized contagion patterns and practiced forms of isolation for certain conditions, their explanatory models incorporated spiritual and humoral concepts alien to your biomedical framework. Treatments focused on restoring balance rather than eliminating specific pathogens. Your inability to conceptualize illness within their framework would prevent you from accessing what limited effective treatments existed. Ultimately, your body represents a naive immunological system entering an environment of hardened pathogens and limited medical interventions. Diseases that were minor for the Mongols could severely affect you due to your biological vulnerabilities. Modern medicine has not made you stronger. It has allowed physiological weaknesses to persist that would become fatal liabilities in the 13th century disease landscape. You would be as unfamiliar with Mongol Empire survival psychology as with its physical challenges. Your mental architecture, formed by a wealth of information, psychological safety nets, and individualistic frameworks, would crumble in the 13th century wandering landscape. Consider how you use time. The modern mind divides time into hours scheduled days ahead, minutes recorded on computer screens, and seconds before deadlines or meetings. Moon cycles, seasonal migrations, and animal diurnal habits shaped Mongol temporal perception. Instead of calendars, weather, grass, and animal behaviour were considered. Your artificially scheduled internal clock would struggle to match these fundamental needs, leaving you confused and out of sync. Information processing includes another major discontinuity. Due to information overload, you're swimming through mountains of data and constructing sophisticated filtering systems. Because of a lack of information, Mongols saw every observation as potentially useful for survival. Their hyper-awareness of minute animal activity, distant dust clouds, and small wind direction changes showed cognitive adaptations to a low-information world. Your attention patterns are used to getting a lot of information with little meaning, so you would miss critical environmental cues. Risk assessment frameworks vary widely. Modern psychology indicates humans employ probability estimation and outcome severity to judge danger. These systems developed in environments with long-term, well-controlled dangers. Existential threats in the Mongol cognitive environment required being assessed immediately without probability calculations. In a world where everyday choices may kill, your brain's risk assessment software, updated for modern risks, would cause constant anxiety. Identity would change totally. Personal narratives regarding your past, professional tasks, and chosen connections likely shape your sense of self. Mongol identity was based on ancestry, tribe, and military unit. Only when an individual's attributes assisted these collectives did they matter. Few modern brains can make the leap from who I am to whose I am in self-concept. It goes beyond cultural adaptability. Emotional management methods would fail you. Modern emotional management involves verbalization, introspection, and discussional therapy. For the Mongols, physical expression, emotional restraint, and stoicism were more important than words. Emotions were largely expressed in ritualized circumstances like funeral laments and triumph celebrations. Your persistent emotional transparency might be risky due to your ongoing unmet need for emotional processing. Another psychological barrier is sleep architecture. Modern humans sleep consolidated in temperature-controlled, gloomy environments. Security requirements dictated the Mongols' segmented sleep patterns, which often occurred in exposed locations with little calm. Your brain was conditioned for deep sleep cycles under regulated conditions, thus persistent sleep disturbance would damage it severely. When survival demands optimum cognitive performance, such disruptions hinder decision-making. Your moral landscape change may be most puzzling. Modern morality centers on rights, justice, and harm minimization across fictitious populations. Mongol ethical frameworks emerged from communal bonding, resource acquisition, and lineage continuation. Actions that helped short-term aims were good regardless of outgroups. Your deep-rooted moral intuitions about universal human value would not help in a moral world whose ethical limits rarely extended beyond familial networks. Spiritual systems would also alienate. Modern spirituality emphasizes belief, emotional connection, and personal meaning, even when religious. Mongol spiritual practices focused on balancing the visible and invisible realms through rituals. Animistic beliefs held that natural, atmospheric, and celestial phenomena were aware. Due to this fundamental disparity between your consciousness bounds and the Mongol spiritual environment, you would repeatedly commit significant spiritual transgressions. Your association with violence would be emphasized. Modern psychology says violence is traumatic and requires recovery. Violence involvement and observation were commonplace in Mongol cognitive environments, requiring minimal psychological processing. Your brain was never educated to be exposed to violence, so it would react to everyday occurrences with traumatic stress, generating a chain reaction of psychiatric instability that no 13th century framework could handle. Your relationship with uncertainty may be your final and most difficult psychological challenge. Modern life is complicated, but institutional stability, medical prognoses, and weather forecasts are predictable. Mongols had to be comfortable with unclear information and unpredictable consequences since they lived in a world of tremendous uncertainty. In a world where uncertainty is the norm, your underlying need for predictability would generate constant worry. The Mongol Empire's technology would be both familiar and unfamiliar to modern humans. You may assume you're more technologically sophisticated than 1300 travelers, but you don't grasp what technology implies in diverse contexts. Mongol weapons include the composite bow, material science, biomechanical engineering, and generational knowledge went into this little device. These weapons were fashioned of wood, horn, sinew, birch bark, and glues. Correcting them took 2 years. The resulting device could penetrate armour at 200 metres for expert shooters. Not being able to produce, maintain, or use this primitive technology would leave you unarmed in a weapon-rich civilization. Another seemingly easy field was textile production, which was exceedingly difficult. Mongol felt making developed wool into a water-resistant, warm textile. Protecting against severe weather was crucial. The process required a profound understanding of animal fibres, how to manipulate them, and how to mechanically apply pressure, moisture, and heat. Without understanding these procedures, you can't create or fix safety gear. This process exposes you to the outdoors. Fire control methods would also be inaccessible. The Mongols were knowledgeable about using animal excrement, wood, and dried grasses as fuel sources. Each burned differently and had varied uses. They started fires even in windy or damp conditions using flint striking and specific tinder. You would be vulnerable if matches or lighters broke down and you had no other options. Navigation technology may be the most extreme example of development versus reality. GPS would stop operating after a few hours if the battery died. However, the Mongols navigated using star positions, landmarks, weather patterns, and animal behaviour. These techniques didn't require power or infrastructure. The Mongols crossed thousands of kilometres of flat desert without charts, which you probably can't do with paper directions. Similar variances exist in food preservation. Refrigerators, industrial canning, and chemical preservatives keep food fresh nowadays. They didn't exist in the 1300s. Mongol technologies like fermentation, dehydration, smoking, and salt curing preserved food's caloric value year-round without energy. If you're unfamiliar with these strategies, you might need to rely on others for food preservation. Transportation technology revolutionizes progress. You may be proud of your driving skills, but they're meaningless without proper equipment. The Empire's principal mode of transportation was horseback riding, which required biological knowledge, years of practice, and intricate equipment maintenance abilities. Horses were self-repairing, self-replicating transportation systems that converted grass into engine energy. Not being able to use primitive transportation would make getting around and socializing difficult. Communication technology also turned growth around. Without modern infrastructure, interaction was impossible in the 1300s. Mongols used yams for long-distance communication. A complicated relay network carried messages up to 300 kilometers daily across the world's largest land empire. Messages were conveyed through memory, multilingual scripts, and equine relay systems without any infrastructure. Without your communication equipment, you wouldn't be able to communicate like a Mongol messenger. Disparities in medical tools matter. Drugs, electronic diagnostics, and specialists power modern medicine. However, Mongol medicine used localized botanical knowledge, physical manipulation techniques, and environmental remedies gleaned from generations of observation. Their pharmacopoeia contained hundreds of plant, mineral, and animal treatments for different ailments. As your body faced new pathogens, you would have fewer medical care options without contemporary medical systems or traditional knowledge bases. Technological epistemology, how knowledge was gained, verified and shared, may be the most confounding development. Today, we understand technology through theoretical theories, mathematical modelling, and standard documentation. The Mongols learned technology via talking, practicing, and teaching. I learned technology by practicing under professionals for years, not reading manuals. If people understood about technology instead of reading directions, watching tutorials, and experimenting with settings, your regular methods of learning new technologies would not function. From infrastructure-dependent externalized technologies to knowledge-based embedded technologies, this move may be the hardest to adjust to. Modern technology makes humans smarter by providing external devices, by providing internalized information and embodied abilities. Mongol technology made people wiser. Even more fundamental than physical hardships, social complexity, military demands, disease susceptibility, psychological barriers, and technological inversions is the fact that your modern consciousness would still be unable to access the existential meaning framework that gave Mongol suffering purpose. Think about time horizons. Modern life encourages long-term planning, retirement plans for decades, health habits for life, and career routes for 50 years. Urgency, seasonal preparation, and generational continuity limited meaningful temporal contemplation in the Mongol existential framework, which operated on compressed time horizons. Compression was an adaptive response to the environment, not a cognitive restriction. Your natural ability to project into distant possibilities would not help you survive in an unpredictable world. Different meanings were given to suffering. Modern paradigms view suffering as a problem to be solved rather than a part of life. Social, technical, and medical systems aim to alleviate discomfort and promote comfort. A meaningful life required hardship which showed one's value, demonstrated character through resilience, and reinforced communal relationships via common suffering, according to the Mongol existential paradigm. Aversion to discomfort would be considered a sign of dangerous weakness in a society where accepting adversity deliberately was a sign of maturity. you would be confused by value hierarchies. Self-actualization, expression, and fulfillment are valued in modern Western culture. The Mongol value system prioritized ceremonial attendance, communal survival, and lineage continuation to maintain cosmic order. The ideal death for Mongols was often dying in battle for their master, which ensured spiritual transition and familial prestige. Modern ideas of a beneficial death include comfort, respite from pain, and family. In a culture that values social status over individual identity, your individualistic ideals are irrelevant. Justice would also look strange. The primary principles of modern justice theory are proportional punishment, procedural fairness, and individual rights. Restoring cosmic, social, and outcome stability was paramount in Mongol justice. The severity of the penalty often reflected the victim-offender status gap rather than the crime. Significant crimes against low-status victims carried nominal fines, while minor offences against high-status victims carried death sentences. These arrangements offended your daily sense of fairness. Therefore, they wouldn't help you adapt to the real judicial system. Translation is especially challenging in religion, even while they preserve ancient elements. Modern spiritual systems have adapted to individualism and science. Mongol religion integrated animistic traditions, shamanic intermediation, and ancestor veneration in a cosmic perspective where spiritual and material realms were interconnected. To please invisible entities, rituals had to be performed regularly. Your secularized worldview or modern religious framework might discourage you from engaging in spiritual practices that were once considered necessary social technology for regulating invisible forces. Political engagement definitions would shift similarly. Voting, speaking out, and joining institutions are all elements of modern politics. Mongol politics centered on personal allegiance, as shown by military duty, resource giving, and physical presence. Political legitimacy was based on military victory, resource acquisition, or divine favour, not procedure. If might and right were still linked rather than conceptually distinct, your good governance idea would fail. Your new relationship with nature may be the most complicated. Modern environmental frameworks represent humans as independent of and influencing natural systems, whether exploitative or conservationist. Mongol existential philosophy holds that humans are part of ecological systems impacted by seasonal flows, weather patterns, and animal migration. Human communities were little subsystems of nature that were the primary reality, not a resource or aesthetic backdrop. In a worldview where humans were integrated into natural processes, your role as nature's spectator, consumer or protector would change. Different meanings surrounded death. Most deaths today occur in sterile, medicalized, and artificially delayed conditions. Death was a constant presence in the Mongol Empire, often violently. This proximity fostered practical acceptance of mortality rather than callousness or despair. Happy lives included planning for death, ensuring lineage continuity, adopting memorial rites, and keeping spiritual links beyond physical life. Your possible death phobia, bred in a culture of mortality denial, would not exist in a society where accepting death was normal emotional development. Integration of purpose is the final existential challenge. Today, purpose is often considered a human enterprise of meaning-making through identity construction, work choices, and purchase decisions. The Mongol existential framework gave meaning to societal roles, cosmic order, and ancestry. Pre-existing systems externalized the goal. You would not get much social support for self-determined meaning in a setting where purpose comes from doing prescribed tasks well rather than pushing or exceeding them. Existential estrangement would make you a lifelong outcast, more than physical hardship, illness, or technology. Even if you physically adapt, sit, get the necessary skills, and make social relationships, the framework that gives these adaptations meaning would remain unavailable to awareness shaped by modern existential assumptions. To survive in the Mongol Empire, you would have to strive to find purpose, which is perhaps the hardest task. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old. where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a start-up that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's great hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests, less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, king meant that Henry's entire education in kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history. The tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written. Which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, The elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a licence for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of mission control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionise European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, they were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team-building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful startup that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crécy in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately 1/3 of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels, patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation, financial planning — was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space program. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project, and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The king's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory, experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganisation of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour, each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court during Henry's final years had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other, and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition. Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The king's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands, and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers, but this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history, a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions require traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system, but the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded. Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionised English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years, and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance, rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life, though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated. The Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership, as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the Crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasised constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The Prince Consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. Afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions, and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created 2 different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication, remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects. but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked and thought about the future. Now you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realised that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighborhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound. The power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible. Limited options, but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers, and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road, extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system. Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation, it was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, but it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimizing the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible. supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociological department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle, that workers should share in the prosperity they help create, was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialised. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work, and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches, or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry, roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product, it was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with, the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs, pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm, almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The air carried scents I couldn't quite place. Wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 a.m, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand, its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. Jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow, Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds, more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which, I realised with growing concern, they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between two posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all three categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away, seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as Elias, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes, I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Elias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Elias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Elias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish, who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Elias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Elias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention, just curiosity and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs, and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast, and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered, and how life should be lived, just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial or dying from eating the wrong mushroom. The universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Ilias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears, and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elise grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Elias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity, the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. But the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos, in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political, and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected, and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards. But Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, they taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realized that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Aelius called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Aelius no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs, planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread, and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. Less like someone watching everything from outside. His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills, but somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment? The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elisa's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life. Universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts, about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities? Or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Elias appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. "It brought you here for a reason." I looked at her in surprise. "You know about the compass?" Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. "Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home." The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great-aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time, carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter, where my hands had helped build something larger than myself. The choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home. When we think of kings, our minds conjure images of wise Solomon, brave Arthur, or noble Henry, the fifth leading charge at Agincourt. But for every ruler who earned their place in history's Hall of Fame, there's another who stumbled spectacularly into its Hall of Shame. These monarchs didn't just fail, they failed with such remarkable consistency that their reigns became cautionary tales whispered in palace corridors for centuries. The crown, that golden circle of ultimate authority, has adorned some truly unworthy heads throughout history. It's a peculiar irony that the symbol of divine right and earthly power often sat atop minds incapable of ruling a chicken coop, let alone vast kingdoms. Perhaps it's the very nature of hereditary monarchy that creates this problem. After all, leadership skills don't necessarily pass through bloodlines like blue eyes or prominent noses. Consider the fundamental challenge these men faced. Inheriting absolute power in their teens or 20s, surrounded by sycophants whose livelihoods depended on agreeing with every royal whim, no matter how catastrophically stupid. It's akin to entrusting a teenager with the keys to both a Ferrari and a nuclear reactor, then reacting with surprise when things go awry. The worst kings in history share certain characteristics that transcend times and cultures. They possessed an almost supernatural ability to make the wrong decision in any given situation, as if guided by some malevolent compass that always pointed toward disaster. They combined breathtaking arrogance with staggering incompetence, creating a perfect storm of royal dysfunction that left their subjects longing for the glorious old days of plague and famine. What makes these rulers particularly fascinating isn't just their individual failures, but how their collective incompetence shaped the very nature of monarchy itself. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual erosion of the divine right of kings, proving that perhaps God wasn't quite as involved in royal succession as previously advertised. Their reigns served as stark reminders of the corrupting nature of absolute power and the impracticality of having a single individual make all the decisions for millions of people. The stories of these monarchical disasters aren't just historical curiosities, they're mirrors reflecting fundamental truths about leadership, power, and human nature. They remind us that position doesn't create competence, that authority without wisdom is chaos with a crown, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide their people is a swift abdication. From the decadent palaces of Rome to the drafty castles of medieval Europe, from the elaborate courts of France to the fog-shrouded fortresses of England, these kings managed to transform their realms into laboratories of misrule. They proved that it's entirely possible to inherit everything and achieve nothing, to possess unlimited power and accomplish unlimited damage. Their reigns weren't just political failures, they were comprehensive disasters that touched every aspect of their societies. They mismanaged economics with the enthusiasm of toddlers playing with matches, conducted diplomacy with all the subtlety of a bulldozer in a china shop, and approached military strategy with the tactical acumen of lemmings approaching a cliff. Yet perhaps there's something oddly comforting about these royal train wrecks. In an age where we're constantly told about the importance of leadership and excellence, these monarchs remind us that even people with every possible advantage can fail spectacularly. They serve as living examples of how incompetence can hire anyone regardless of their social status, inherited wealth, or divine mandate. As we embark on this journey through history's most magnificent failures, we'll discover that bad kingship is a unique art form, requiring a particular combination of ego, ignorance, and timing that few have mastered so completely. Nero Claudius Caesar, Augustus Germanicus, a name so grandiose it practically demanded disappointment, ruled Rome from 54 to 68 AD and managed to transform the mightiest empire in the world into his personal theatre of absurdity. History remembers him for allegedly fiddling while Rome burned, though historians now tell us he probably didn't own a fiddle and wasn't even in the city during the Great Fire of 64 AD. But when your reputation for catastrophic leadership runs so deep that people invent additional disasters to attribute to you, perhaps it's time for some serious self-reflection. Nero's path to power began with his mother, Agrippina, a woman whose ambition made Lady Macbeth look like a casual weekend warrior. She poisoned her husband, Emperor Claudius, to secure the throne for her 16-year-old son, apparently operating under the delusion that teenagers make excellent absolute rulers. It was rather like handing the controls of a jumbo jet to someone who'd just gotten their learner's permit. Initially, Nero showed promise, guided by the philosopher Seneca and the praetorian prefect Burrus. For 5 years, the Quinquennium Nerones represented competent governance, proving that even future disasters can occasionally stumble into success when surrounded by competent advisors. Unfortunately, like many teenagers who initially accept parental guidance, Nero eventually decided he knew better than everyone else in the room. The transformation began when Nero discovered his true passion, performing. His passion lay not in governing, nor in military strategy, nor in economic policy, but in performing. He fancied. He considered himself a great artist, musician and actor, apparently confusing the role of emperor with that of an entertainer. He began appearing on the stage, competing in chariot races, and hosting elaborate artistic competitions where he invariably won every prize, because nothing says fair competition like having the power to execute the judges. His artistic pretensions might have been merely embarrassing if they hadn't come at the expense of actual leadership. While Nero practiced his lyre and rehearsed tragic soliloquies, the empire's borders faced increasing pressure from Germanic tribes, British rebels and Parthian conflicts. It was rather like a ship's captain deciding to take up interpretive dance while his vessel sailed through a hurricane. The domestic situation proved equally disastrous. Nero's paranoia reached spectacular heights when he ordered the murder of his mother in 59 AD. Agrippina had become inconveniently critical of her son's policies, apparently forgetting that criticism and absolute monarchy mix about as well as gasoline and lit matches. Nero's solution demonstrated the kind of problem-solving skills that would make a medieval surgeon look sophisticated. His relationship with his wives proved equally catastrophic. He divorced and later executed his first wife Octavia, then literally kicked his second wife Poppaea to death while she was pregnant. These actions were calculated and not motivated by passion, indicating a level of domestic dysfunction that would challenge even the most experienced marriage counsellors. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, whether Nero caused it or not, provided the perfect opportunity to showcase his unique approach to crisis management. Rather than focusing solely on relief efforts, he used the destruction as an excuse to build his enormous palace, the Domus Aurea, complete with a 120-foot statue of himself. This was urban planning executed by a narcissist, as if someone had granted Donald Trump absolute power along with a blank canvas the size of a city. Nero's financial management followed similar principles of spectacular irresponsibility. His building projects, games, and artistic competitions drained the imperial treasury faster than a teenager with their first credit card. He responded to budget shortfalls by debasing the currency and confiscating property from wealthy citizens, economic policies that would make modern politicians blush. The end came swiftly when his Praetorian Guard abandoned him in 68 AD. Facing rebellion from his generals and certain death or exile, Nero committed suicide, reportedly lamenting, "What an artist dies in me." Even in his final moments, he remained committed to the delusion that his primary contribution to human civilization was artistic rather than administrative. Nero's reign demonstrated that absolute power in the hands of someone who confuses governance with performance art creates a particularly devastating form of chaos. He proved that it's entirely possible to possess unlimited authority over millions of people while remaining fundamentally unsuited for any form of responsibility more complex than choosing breakfast cereal. King John of England, reigning from 1199 to 1216, holds the unique distinction of being the only English monarch to never have another king named after him, a historical rejection that amply demonstrates his enduring legacy. If royal names were performance reviews, John received the equivalent of "please don't apply here again." He managed to lose an empire, bankrupt a kingdom, and accidentally create one of history's most important constitutional documents, all while maintaining the kind of spectacular incompetence that makes you wonder if failure was actually his secret talent. John inherited the Angevin Empire from his brother Richard the Lionheart, a collection of territories stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees that represented the pinnacle of medieval English power. It was rather like inheriting a successful family business and immediately deciding to use it as kindling. Within 15 years, John had lost most of these continental possessions to Philip Augustus of France, earning himself the nickname Lackland, though couldn't keep land might have been more accurate. Not only was the loss of Normandy in 1284 a military defeat, but it also served as a lesson in the art of conducting medieval warfare. Despite having superior resources, experienced commanders, and defensive advantages, John managed to snatch defeat from the brink of victory through a combination of strategic incompetence and tactical cowardice. His approach to military leadership resembled someone trying to win chess by eating the pieces. John's domestic policies proved equally disastrous. He demanded excessive taxes to fund his unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his French territories, essentially asking his subjects to finance their oppression. His tax collectors became as popular as plague carriers and about as welcome in English villages. The king seemed to operate under the revolutionary economic theory that money grows on trees, and those trees belonged exclusively to him. His relationship with the church provided another avenue for spectacular failure. John's dispute with Pope Innocent III over the appointment of the Archbishop of Canterbury resulted in England being placed under papal interdict from 1208 to 1214. This process meant no religious services, no church weddings, and no proper burials, essentially turning England into a spiritual wasteland. It was ecclesiastical warfare, with John playing the role of the person who brings a water pistol to a gunfight. The interdict wasn't just spiritually devastating, it was politically catastrophic. Medieval people took their religion seriously, and a king who couldn't maintain proper relations with God's representative on earth was clearly unsuited for earthly leadership. John had managed to make himself persona non grata with both heaven and earth simultaneously, an achievement that required genuine dedication to incompetence. John's judicial system operated on principles that would make modern autocrats blush. He sold justice to the highest bidder, imprisoned nobles without trial, and seized property on whims that would make a toddler's decision-making process look measured and thoughtful. His courts became marketplaces where justice was auctioned to the highest bidder, creating a legal system that combined the fairness of a rigged casino with the efficiency of medieval bureaucracy. The baronial revolt that produced Magna Carta in 1215 wasn't a sudden explosion of democratic idealism. It was the inevitable result of years of accumulated grievances against a king who treated his realm like his personal piggy bank. The barons were not revolutionary democrats, but rather, they were aristocrats who had grown weary of their supposed leaders' systematic robbery and humiliation. The Magna Carta itself represented less a triumph of John's wisdom than a testament to his failure. The document essentially forced the king to promise to stop behaving like a complete tyrant, which tells you everything you need to know about his previous conduct. It was the medieval equivalent of making someone sign a contract promising not to steal your lunch money. Even after agreeing to the Magna Carta, John immediately began scheming to overturn it, proving that his signature was worth approximately as much as Confederate currency. He appealed to Pope Innocent III, who obligingly declared the charter null and void because apparently both king and pope had missed the point entirely. These events led to the First Barons' War, which was still ongoing when John conveniently died in 1216, possibly from dysentery, a fitting end for a reign that had been largely consistent from a constitutional perspective. John's legacy proves that sometimes the most important historical contributions come from people who fail so spectacularly that they force everyone else to create safeguards against future similar disasters. He didn't create Magna Carta through wisdom or foresight. He created it through being so comprehensively awful that his subjects had no choice but to invent constitutional monarchy as an alternative to royal tyranny. In 1774, Louis XVI of France ascended to the throne with the same enthusiasm as someone asked to defuse a bomb while blindfolded. At 20 years old, he inherited a kingdom drowning in debt, seething with social tension, and groaning under the weight of an outdated feudal system that had outlived its usefulness by about 3 centuries. It was rather like being handed the captain's wheel of the Titanic just as the lookout spotted the iceberg, except the iceberg had been visible for decades and everyone had been politely pretending it wasn't there. The young king possessed many admirable personal qualities. He was kind, well-intentioned, and genuinely concerned about his subjects' welfare. Unfortunately, he also possessed the decisive leadership abilities of a confused deer caught in headlights, which proved somewhat problematic when governing a nation on the brink of revolution. Louis XVI wasn't evil or malicious, he was simply catastrophically unsuited for the job, like appointing a talented musician to perform brain surgery. France's financial crisis had been building for generations, fueled by expensive wars, an inefficient tax system, and the kind of court spending that would make modern celebrities look frugal. The monarchy had borrowed money with the same casual enthusiasm that teenagers use credit cards, apparently operating under the assumption that debt was something that happened to other people. By the time Louis XVI inherited the throne, France was spending more on debt service than on the entire military, which created the kind of fiscal situation that would make bankruptcy attorneys salivate. The king's attempts at financial reform demonstrated his fundamental misunderstanding of both economics and politics. He appointed competent finance ministers like Jacques Necker and Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, then systematically undermined their efforts whenever they threatened the privileges of the nobility or clergy. It was rather like hiring a personal trainer and then refusing to exercise or change your diet, while wondering why you weren't getting healthier. Louis XVI's indecisiveness became legendary among his contemporaries. He would agree to reforms in the morning, reconsider them by afternoon, and reverse them entirely by evening, creating a governmental process that resembled a political weather vane in a hurricane. His council meetings became exercises in elaborate procrastination, where every decision was discussed, debated, postponed, and ultimately abandoned in favour of discussing the same issues again next week. Louis XVI demonstrated his exceptional political acumen at the Assembly of Notables in 1787. Faced with a financial crisis that threatened the monarchy's existence, he convened a gathering of nobles and clergy to discuss tax reform, apparently expecting them to voluntarily surrender their tax exemptions out of patriotic spirit. It was roughly equivalent to asking wolves to babysit sheep, while expecting them to resist temptation out of professional courtesy. When that predictably failed, Louis XVI made the fateful decision to convene the Estates General for the first time since 1614, apparently not realising that 3 centuries of accumulated grievances might produce some awkward conversations. The Estates General had been dormant for so long that nobody even remembered the proper procedures, which should have been a warning sign that perhaps this wasn't the ideal moment for constitutional innovation. Louis XVI was completely unprepared for the transformation of the Estates General into the National Assembly, as if he had anticipated a small dinner party but inadvertently invited the entire neighbourhood. His response to this constitutional revolution demonstrated the kind of crisis management skills that would make the captain of the Hindenburg look competent. He vacillated between accepting the new reality and attempting to resist it, satisfying nobody and convincing everyone that he was either duplicitous or incompetent. Louis XVI's flight to Varennes in 1791 represented perhaps the most poorly planned escape attempt in royal history. The royal family's journey to the Austrian border involved a conspicuous carriage, multiple stops, and the kind of operational security that would embarrass amateur shoplifters. They were recognised, captured, and returned to Paris, where any remaining illusions about the king's commitment to constitutional monarchy evaporated faster than morning dew in August. The king's trial and execution in 1793 marked the end of more than a millennium of French monarchy, though Louis XVI seemed genuinely surprised that years of indecision and apparent duplicity might have consequences. His final speech from the scaffold demonstrated the same disconnection from reality that had characterised his entire reign, as he continued to believe that divine right trumped revolutionary fervour. Louis XVI's tragedy wasn't that he was evil, but that he was fundamentally inadequate for the challenges he faced. He possessed the political instincts of a librarian thrust into a cage match with professional wrestlers, and the results were precisely what you'd expect. His reign proved that good intentions without competent execution can be more destructive than a malicious competence, and that sometimes the road to revolution is paved with royal indecision. Richard III of England ruled for barely 2 years, from 1483 to 1485, yet managed to pack more controversy, alleged villainy, and historical debate into that brief period than most monarchs accumulate in decades. Thanks largely to William Shakespeare's masterful character assassination, Richard has come down to us as the archetypal evil king, a hunchbacked schemer who murdered his way to the throne and terrorised his subjects until divine justice finally caught up with him at Bosworth Field. Historians have discovered that the reality of Richard's reign is considerably more complex, and it may have been worse than Shakespeare's portrayal, albeit in different ways. Richard began his royal career as the loyal younger brother of Edward IV, earning a reputation as a competent military commander and administrator in the north of England. He seemed destined for the kind of supporting role that history barely remembers, the capable royal sibling who holds down the provinces while his brother handles the glamorous business of actually being king. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Edward IV had the poor timing to die young, leaving behind 2 minor sons and a realm that was about as politically stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. The succession crisis that followed Edward IV's death in 1483 showcased medieval politics at its most brutally efficient. Richard, as Lord Protector for his 12-year-old nephew Edward V, faced the challenge of maintaining royal authority while various factions manoeuvred for control. His solution showcased a direct approach that would astonish modern politicians. He declared his nephews illegitimate and asserted his own claim to the throne. With just one well-timed announcement, he masterfully transformed a family dispute into a constitutional crisis. The infamous disappearance of the princes in the Tower, Edward V and his younger brother Richard, remains one of history's most enduring mysteries, though contemporary opinion held Richard responsible with the kind of certainty usually reserved for mathematical theorems. Whether he actually ordered their deaths or simply failed to prevent them, the political damage was immediate and catastrophic. A king who couldn't protect children in his care wasn't likely to inspire confidence in his ability to protect an entire kingdom. Richard's attempts to legitimise his reign were steeped in the time-honoured tradition of royal propaganda, albeit with the subtlety of a medieval siege engine. He claimed divine approval, noble blood, and popular support while simultaneously dealing with rebellions, defections, and the kind of general unrest that suggested his subjects weren't entirely convinced by his arguments. His coronation was magnificent, his public relations were enthusiastic, and his actual support base was shrinking faster than his list of living relatives. The Buckingham Rebellion in 1483, led by one of Richard's former supporters, demonstrated how quickly political allegiances could shift in late medieval England. Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, went from enthusiastic supporter to armed rebel in the space of months, apparently deciding that Richard's leadership style was less strong and decisive and more terrifying and unstable. The rebellion ultimately failed, demonstrating the fragility of Richard's hold on power. Richard's administrative policies showed genuine competence, which makes his political failures all the more remarkable. He implemented legal reforms, encouraged trade, and attempted to address some of the social issues that had plagued previous reigns. It was rather like watching someone efficiently organise their desk while their house burned down around them. Technically impressive, but missing the larger point about priorities and crisis management. The invasion of Henry Tudor in 1485 caught Richard in a classic medieval dilemma. He could fight and risk everything in a single battle, or he could negotiate and risk appearing weak to supporters who expected their king to solve problems with sharp objects. Richard chose to fight, demonstrating either admirable courage or catastrophic misjudgment, depending on your perspective on the virtues of tactical retreat versus glorious death. The Battle of Bosworth Field became Richard's final performance review, and the results were decisively negative. His death in battle, reportedly fighting bravely to the end, at least provided him with the kind of dramatic conclusion that Shakespeare would later appreciate. Richard died as he had ruled, dramatically, controversially, and with enough ambiguity to keep historians arguing for centuries. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. During this period, the king's financial strategies demonstrated a level of fiscal creativity that would leave modern tax authorities in awe. Originally an emergency naval tax for coastal counties, the reasoning behind the extension of ship money to inland areas would challenge the flexibility of Olympic gymnasts. Charles apparently discovered that if you squinted hard enough at legal precedents while ignoring common sense entirely, you could justify almost any form of taxation. Religious policy provided another avenue for Charles to demonstrate his talent for turning manageable problems into catastrophic crises. His attempts to impose uniformity on the Church of England, influenced by Archbishop Laud's high church preferences, managed to alienate both Puritans, who thought he was too Catholic, and Catholics, who knew he wasn't Catholic enough. This approach was ecumenical diplomacy executed with a sledgehammer, achieving the remarkable feat of uniting his religious subjects against his policies. The Scottish crisis from 1639 to 1640 perfectly illustrated Charles's approach to international relations. His attempt to impose the English Book of Common Prayer on Presbyterian Scotland produced the Bishops' Wars, conflicts that combined the military effectiveness of a church social with the theological intensity of the Crusades. The Scots' armed resistance to Charles's religious innovations forced him to recall Parliament, ending his 11-year experiment in personal rule with all the success of the Hindenburg's landing strategy. The Long Parliament, summoned in 1640, approached its relationship with Charles rather like divorce attorneys negotiating with a spouse who'd been hiding assets. Years of accumulated grievances, illegal taxation, and religious controversy had created a constitutional crisis that required either genuine compromise or complete capitulation. Charles, characteristically, opted for a third course of action, disguising the crisis as non-existent while clandestinely strategizing its resolution through coercion. The King's attempt to arrest 5 members of Parliament in 1642 represented perhaps the most catastrophic miscalculation in English constitutional history. His personal invasion of the House of Commons, demanding the surrender of his political opponents, violated parliamentary privilege so flagrantly that it made previous constitutional disputes look like minor etiquette disagreements. This situation was politically equivalent to bringing a gun to a chess match, and it was just as ineffective. The English Civil War that followed from 1642 to 1651 showcased Charles's military leadership skills, which proved to be roughly equivalent to his political acumen. Despite initial advantages in resources and experienced commanders, the Royalist cause gradually collapsed under the weight of parliamentary determination, Puritan fervour, and Oliver Cromwell's increasingly professional New Model army. Charles managed to lose a civil war while possessing most of the traditional advantages of established authority, which required genuine dedication to strategic incompetence. Charles's trial and execution in 1649 marked the first time in European history that a reigning monarch was formally tried and executed by his subjects. Even his enemies were impressed by his dignity during the proceedings, despite it being a late attempt to salvage his political reputation. Even as the executioner prepared to provide a definitive counter-argument to that constitutional theory, the king maintained his belief in divine right in his final speech. Charles I's reign demonstrated that sincerely held beliefs about royal authority, when combined with complete inflexibility and poor political judgment, can transform a constitutional monarchy into a republic faster than anyone thought possible. He proved that divine right is only as strong as earthly support, and that sometimes the most devout believers in absolute monarchy are the ones who do the most to discredit it. The rogues gallery of royal disasters we've examined, from Nero's theatrical delusions to Charles I's divine miscalculations, reveals patterns of failure that transcend centuries and cultures. These weren't random accidents of heredity or cruel twists of historical fate. They were systematic demonstrations of how absolute power, when combined with inadequate wisdom, creates a perfect storm of governmental dysfunction. Their collective reigns read like a medieval instruction manual titled How Not to Rule, a Comprehensive Guide to Royal Failure. Perhaps the most striking common thread among these monarchical disasters was their profound disconnection from reality. Each king seemed to inhabit a parallel universe where their subjects existed primarily to fund their fantasies, where criticism was treason, and where the normal laws of cause and effect somehow didn't apply to royal decisions. Nero believed he was an artist first and emperor second. John thought taxation was a renewable resource. Louis XVI imagined that ignoring problems would make them disappear. Richard III assumed loyalty was transferable, and Charles I was convinced that God would override Parliament if necessary. This reality gap wasn't just a personal failing, it was a systemic feature of absolute monarchy itself. When you surround someone with courtiers whose survival depends on agreeing with everything they say, when you insulate them from the consequences of their decisions, and when you tell them from birth that they're divinely appointed to rule over others, perhaps it shouldn't surprise us that they occasionally lose touch with the practical world where the rest of us live. The economic illiteracy displayed by these kings would be amusing if it weren't so consistently catastrophic. These kings approached royal finances with a level of sophistication akin to children playing Monopoly with real money, seemingly assuming that kingdoms were equipped with limitless credit cards and that bankruptcy was a phenomenon exclusive to their subjects. Their collective fiscal policies could serve as a masterclass in how to transform prosperous realms into economic basket cases through sheer determination and creative accounting. Yet their failures weren't entirely without benefit to human civilization. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual evolution of constitutional government, proving through negative example that perhaps concentrating all power in a single person wasn't the most reliable system of governance. Magna Carta emerged from John's tyranny, the English Civil War produced modern parliamentary democracy, and the French Revolution launched the age of popular sovereignty. These kings didn't intend to advance human freedom, but their incompetence accomplished what generations of political philosophers had only dreamed about. Their military disasters followed similar patterns of overconfidence meeting reality with predictably painful results. Each king seemed to believe that royal blood somehow conferred tactical genius, that loyalty could substitute for competence, and that divine favour was more reliable than adequate logistics. Their battlefields became laboratories for testing whether wishful thinking could overcome superior strategy, and the results were remarkably consistent across centuries and cultures. The personal lives of these rulers revealed another consistent theme: the inability to distinguish between loyalty and fear, between respect and subservience, between love and intimidation. Their courts became theatres of performed devotion, where genuine relationships withered under the pressure of absolute power and existential insecurity. It's rather telling that so many died alone, abandoned by subjects who had spent years pretending to adore them. Perhaps most notably, these kings managed to fail upward for remarkable lengths of time, maintaining power long after their incompetence had become obvious to everyone except themselves. The ability of medieval institutions to withstand years or even decades of catastrophically poor leadership is testament to their resilience. Yet even the most durable systems eventually reach their limits. Their collective legacy reminds us that leadership is a skill, not a birthright, that power without accountability inevitably corrupts, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide is serving as a cautionary tale for future generations. These kings didn't set out to become historical laughingstocks, but they approached their responsibilities with such consistent incompetence that failure became their most lasting contribution to human knowledge. In our modern age of democratic government and constitutional limitations, these royal disasters serve as reminders of why we developed checks and balances, term limits, and the radical idea that perhaps leaders should be chosen for their competence rather than their heredity. They prove that while power may corrupt, absolute power corrupts with remarkable efficiency and often spectacular entertainment value. The worst kings in history ultimately taught us that the divine right of kings is only as strong as the earthly competence of the person wearing the crown, and that sometimes the best thing an absolute monarch can do for their subjects is provide them with compelling reasons to abolish absolute monarchy entirely. Their failures became humanity's gain, though it took centuries and countless lives to learn these lessons. Perhaps that's the ultimate irony of their reigns. In trying to establish their greatness, they established instead the greatness of the systems that replaced them. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England, hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common-law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability. Though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions, they raised children together. But the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the Junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's Almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries. He began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, they introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility in discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. Conceived in the mid-1740s, this initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many were still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery positive and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated assembly and the Penn-Family proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the Empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. the Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts, clad in a fur cap instead of a wig. Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention, yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals, describing dire needs, arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticized the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarized his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, "In this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes." The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted and understood it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models. His approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast of jid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in corpora thesis encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. Imagine trying to comprehend 65,000 years. That's roughly how long humans have called Australia home, which means Indigenous Australians were already ancient when the pyramids were built, already had established cultures when Rome was founded, and had been telling their stories for tens of thousands of years before anyone wrote down the Epic of Gilgamesh. The journey begins in what Indigenous Australians call the Dreamtime, though that English word doesn't quite capture the concept. It's not really about dreams or sleeping, but about a time when the world was being formed, when ancestral beings travelled across the land creating everything you see today. These weren't gods sitting on mountaintops issuing commands. They were more like the land itself becoming conscious, shaping itself into existence through story and song. Picture the continent as it might have appeared to those first arrivals, a place so different from today's Australia that you'd barely recognise it. The climate was wetter, vast lakes covered areas that are now desert, and megafauna roamed the landscape like something from a natural history museum come to life. There were giant wombats the size of small cars, marsupial lions that would make today's big cats look modest, and kangaroos that stood 10 feet tall. Australia was essentially a continent-sized wildlife park, featuring animals that evolution had been tinkering with in isolation for millions of years. The people who arrived during this time came by sea, which tells you something remarkable about human ingenuity. They couldn't have walked. Even during ice ages, when sea levels dropped dramatically, there was always water between Asia and Australia. So these weren't accidental castaways washed up on random shores. They were deliberate voyagers who looked at the ocean and decided to see what lay beyond it, making them possibly the world's first true mariners. What they found was a continent that required completely different survival strategies from anywhere humans had lived before. The seasonal patterns they'd known in Asia didn't apply here. The plants and animals were unlike anything they'd encountered. Traditional hunting techniques needed adaptation. It was like being handed a cookbook written in an unfamiliar language for ingredients that didn't exist back home. But humans are remarkably good at figuring things out, and these early Australians became experts at reading a landscape that seemed determined to keep its secrets. They learned which plants were edible, which could be made edible through careful preparation, and which should never be touched. They discovered that certain rocks, when struck together, produced better tools than others. They figured out that fire, used strategically, could transform the landscape into a more productive hunting ground. This last innovation, the systematic use of fire to manage the land, was probably the most consequential decision in Australian history. By burning specific areas at specific times, Indigenous Australians created a mosaic of different habitats, encouraging certain plants while discouraging others, making it easier to hunt, and essentially becoming the continent's first environmental managers. The Australia that Europeans would eventually encounter wasn't pristine wilderness untouched by human hands. It was a carefully cultivated landscape, shaped by thousands of years of deliberate management. The Dreamtime stories that emerged from this period weren't just entertainment or religious texts. They were encyclopedias of practical knowledge encoded in narrative form. A story about an ancestral being travelling from waterhole to waterhole was also a survival map. a tale about animals behaving in certain ways contained observations about ecology and seasonal patterns. These stories were technology, passed down through generations with the kind of precision that modern people reserve for manufacturing specifications. Different groups developed different stories for different landscapes, because Australia isn't one environment but dozens. The tropical north had little in common with the temperate south. The coastal regions bore no resemblance to the arid interior. Each environment required its own body of knowledge, its own set of stories, and its own understanding of how to live sustainably in a specific place. By the time European ships appeared on the horizon, Indigenous Australians had developed hundreds of distinct cultures, speaking more than 150 languages from multiple language families. Imagine more linguistic diversity in one continent than in all of Europe. These weren't primitive tribes waiting for civilization to arrive. They were sophisticated societies with complex social structures, extensive trade networks, and bodies of knowledge that had been refined over millennia. Their population was probably somewhere between 300,000 and 1 million people, though estimates vary because, and here's an important point, Indigenous Australians didn't live like Europeans. They didn't build cities, construct permanent monuments, or practice agriculture in ways Europeans would recognise. This didn't mean they were less advanced. It meant they developed a different kind of sophistication, one based on deep ecological knowledge and sustainable resource use rather than environmental transformation. Chapter 2. The Island Continent in Isolation. While the rest of the world was writing history, building empires, and generally making a fuss about civilization, Australia remained largely separate from these global dramas. The continent's isolation was so complete that it developed like a parallel universe where evolution took different paths and human societies followed different trajectories. This isolation produced some wonderfully strange results. Mammals in Australia decided that the whole placental thing was overrated and stuck with the marsupial approach, carrying babies in pouches and generally doing mammalian life differently. Plants evolved in directions that baffled later botanists. Entire ecosystems developed without any of the animals or plants that dominated other continents. For Indigenous Australians, this isolation meant their cultures evolved without the disruptions that characterised other parts of the world. There were no invasions from distant empires, no wholesale adoptions of foreign religions, and no waves of migration bringing new technologies or diseases. Change happened slowly, driven by internal dynamics rather than external pressures. This doesn't mean Indigenous Australian societies were static or unchanging. That's a myth that Europeans would later use to justify colonisation. Cultures evolved, new practices emerged, trade routes shifted, and knowledge continued to accumulate. But the pace of change was different, and the direction was oriented toward deepening understanding of the land rather than transforming it. The coastal Aboriginal groups developed sophisticated fishing techniques, including fish traps that could be seen from space, extensive stone arrangements that channeled fish into catching areas. Inland groups created wells in the desert, maintained complex water management systems, and knew how to find moisture in the most unlikely places. Northern groups traded with Indonesian fishermen who came seasonally to harvest trepang, creating economic relationships that predated European contact by centuries. The seasonal round, the cyclical movement of groups through their territories, timed to coincide with the availability of different resources, was a marvel of logistical planning. It required detailed knowledge of when specific plants would fruit, when certain animals would be most available, and how to arrange social gatherings so that dispersed groups could come together for ceremonies, marriages, and the exchange of goods and knowledge. These gatherings were like conferences where the latest innovations were shared, alliances were confirmed, and young people learned from elders across multiple communities. Information travelled slowly by modern standards but reliably, moving along trade routes that connected groups separated by thousands of miles. The spiritual life of Indigenous Australians was inseparable from their practical life. The Dreamtime wasn't ancient history, it was an eternal present, constantly renewed through ceremony and song. Initiation rituals weren't just social markers, but educational intensives where young people learned the deep knowledge of their culture. Sacred sites weren't merely symbolic, but were actual places where specific events and creation occurred, as real to Indigenous Australians as historical battlefields are to modern nations. Art served multiple purposes, aesthetic expression certainly, but also as mnemonic devices, territorial markers, and records of knowledge. Rock art sites across Australia contain images tens of thousands of years old, making them some of humanity's oldest continuous artistic traditions. Some paintings have been maintained and renewed for so long that they represent unbroken chains of cultural transmission, stretching back into periods that European history considers prehistoric. The boomerang, probably Australia's most famous contribution to world technology, existed in forms ranging from simple throwing sticks to precisely engineered returning boomerangs that required sophisticated understanding of aerodynamics. Different designs served different purposes, and the knowledge of how to make and use them was specialised and valued. Language was treated with a reverence that modern societies reserve for sacred texts. Some languages had special forms used only for ceremonies, others had secret vocabularies known only to initiated men or women. The precision of indigenous languages in describing ecological relationships, kinship structures, and temporal concepts often exceeded what English could express, requiring borrowed terms when anthropologists tried to explain these concepts to European audiences. As the centuries rolled past, and remember, we're talking about a time span that makes the entire history of Western civilization look like a weekend, indigenous Australian societies continued their steady existence. They weathered climate changes that turned lakes into deserts, adapted to shifting resources, and maintained cultural continuity across time periods that saw empires rise and fall in other parts of the world. Chapter 3. Distant Ships and First Encounters. By the 17th century, European ships had begun appearing in Australian waters like confused guests at a party they weren't invited to. These weren't planned voyages of discovery so much as navigational accidents, ships bound for the Dutch East Indies that had miscalculated, Portuguese vessels that might have visited but left no clear records, and Chinese traders whose presence is suggested by artefacts, but remains historically ambiguous. The Dutch were the first Europeans to definitely make contact, though contact might be too generous a word. Dutch navigators touched various points along the Australian coast between 1606 and 1756, took one look at the arid landscapes they encountered, and essentially decided the whole continent wasn't worth the effort. They named it New Holland, with all the enthusiasm of someone naming a particularly boring committee, noted the presence of indigenous people without much interest, and sailed away to find places with more obvious commercial potential. These early encounters were like two people trying to have a conversation without sharing a language, context, or basic understanding of what the other wanted. Dutch sailors saw empty land without the markers of civilization they recognised. No cities, no agriculture, no obvious wealth. Indigenous Australians saw strange visitors who clearly had no idea how to survive in this country, and would probably leave soon. The most famous of these early visitors was William Dampier, an English pirate, explorer and serial exaggerator, who visited the northwest coast in 1688, and again in 1699. Dampier's descriptions of indigenous Australians were spectacularly uncharitable, calling them the miserablest people in the world. This from a man whose career highlights included piracy, and whose survival skills apparently didn't include figuring out how to thrive in a desert climate without thousands of years of accumulated local knowledge. But Dampier's accounts circulated in England and Europe, creating impressions that would influence later attitudes. The irony is that the people Dampier dismissed as miserable had been living successfully in one of Earth's harshest environments for millennia, while Dampier needed elaborate ships, supplies from Europe, and navigational instruments just to visit briefly. Then came James Cook in 1770, and suddenly the Europeans got serious about this land they'd been ignoring. Cook's voyage along the east coast was different from earlier visits, because it was systematic, scientific, and accompanied by artists and naturalists who documented everything they saw. Joseph Banks, the expedition's botanist, was so excited by the new species he found that the expedition's first landing site was named Botany Bay in honour of his enthusiasm. Cook's encounters with indigenous Australians along the coast were mixed. At some places, local people showed curiosity about the visitors. At others, they made it clear the strangers should leave. There was a notable incident at Botany Bay where indigenous men tried to drive the British away, which was both brave and completely reasonable, given that armed foreigners had just shown up uninvited. What Cook and his crew didn't understand was that they were meeting people with established territories, complex societies, and no particular interest in European trade goods or Christian salvation. The indigenous Australians who watched Cook's ships sail past weren't awestruck by European technology. They were probably wondering what these people wanted and when they'd leave. Cook's journals described indigenous Australians more charitably than Dampier had, noting their apparent contentment and health. He observed that they seemed to want nothing that Europeans possessed, which Banks found remarkable. Here were people who looked at European goods, metal tools, cloth, manufactured items, and basically shrugged. This should have suggested that indigenous Australians had successful material cultures that met their needs, but Europeans tended to interpret it as evidence of primitiveness, rather than cultural difference. The really consequential part of Cook's voyage came when he sailed into Possession Island and, in one of history's more questionable legal manoeuvres, claimed the entire eastern coast of Australia for Britain under the doctrine of terra nullius, land belonging to no one. This was nonsense, obviously. The land belonged to the hundreds of indigenous groups who had lived there for 65,000 years. But European law had developed convenient fictions that allowed colonisers to ignore indigenous ownership, and terra nullius was one of the most pernicious. Chapter 4. The First Fleet and Unwanted Beginnings. Britain's decision to colonise Australia had nothing to do with the continent's potential, and everything to do with a criminally overcrowded prison system. After losing the American Revolution, Britain suddenly lacked a convenient place to ship convicts, and Australian colonisation was essentially a massive exercise in out-of-sight, out-of-mind criminal justice policy. Picture the First Fleet, 11 ships carrying about 1,500 people, including over 700 convicts, sailing to the other side of the world to establish a colony in a place none of them had ever seen. The voyage took 8 months, which gives you plenty of time to contemplate your life choices. These weren't hardened criminals for the most part, but people convicted of theft, poaching, and other crimes that were more about poverty than violence. When the First Fleet arrived at Botany Bay in January 1788, they discovered that Cook's glowing descriptions had been somewhat optimistic. The bay was shallow, exposed to wind, and generally unsuitable for settlement. After a few days of looking around and probably reconsidering their entire plan, they moved north to Port Jackson, what would become Sydney Harbour, and on January 26th, Arthur Phillip established the first European settlement on Australian soil. That date, January 26th, would eventually become Australia Day, though Indigenous Australians understandably view it as Invasion Day, the beginning of dispossession, disease, and cultural destruction. It's a date that carries very different meanings depending on your perspective, which tells you something about how complicated Australian history remains. The early colony was a disaster waiting to happen, with the emphasis on disaster. Britain had sent convicts and guards, but not nearly enough farmers, supplies, or people who knew anything about agriculture in Australian conditions. The first crops failed. Supplies ran low, people went hungry. The colony survived its first years through a combination of desperate improvisation, limited trade with indigenous groups, and supply ships from Britain that arrived with frustrating irregularity. Indigenous people of the Sydney region, the Eora Nation, watched these newcomers with a mixture of curiosity, concern, and growing alarm. At first, there might have been hope that the British would leave once they realised how unsuited they were to local conditions. But as the settlement persisted and expanded, it became clear these visitors intended to stay. The relationship between colonisers and Indigenous Australians deteriorated quickly. The British saw empty land ready for use. Indigenous Australians saw their territories being occupied, their resources being depleted, and their way of life being threatened. Spears met muskets. Traditional hunting grounds became British farms. Sacred sites were cleared for buildings. Smallpox hit Sydney's indigenous population in 1789, killing roughly half the Eora people. Whether this was deliberately introduced, as some historians argue, or accidentally transmitted remains debated. Either way, the impact was catastrophic. European diseases against which Indigenous Australians had no immunity would prove more deadly than European weapons over the following decades. Some Indigenous people tried to work with the colonisers. Bennelong, an Eora man, learned English and tried to bridge the cultural divide. He travelled to England, met King George III, and returned to Sydney wearing English clothes. But Bennelong's story didn't have a happy ending. He eventually became estranged from both cultures, too changed to fully return to his previous life, but never truly accepted by British society. The colony slowly stabilised and grew. More convicts arrived. Free settlers began coming, lured by land grants. The British pushed further inland, and with each expansion, indigenous Australians were pushed off their traditional lands. Sometimes this happened through negotiation or coercion. Often it happened through violence that colonial authorities preferred not to document too carefully. By the early 1800s, the pattern was set. British settlements expanded along the coast and inland. Indigenous resistance met military response. Diseases spread through indigenous populations faster than the settlements themselves expanded, and Britain began to realise that this prison colony might actually become something more substantial. Chapter 5. Wool, Gold, and the Rush to Claim a Continent. The transformation of Australia from penal colony to economic powerhouse happened faster than anyone expected, and it had a lot to do with sheep. Specifically merino sheep, whose wool turned out to grow exceptionally well in Australian conditions. By the 1820s, wool exports were making certain colonists very wealthy, and suddenly Australia looked less like a dumping ground for criminals and more like an opportunity for ambitious settlers. The land grants that Britain offered free settlers were generous. To put it mildly, thousands of acres to anyone willing to establish a farm. Of course, these grants completely ignored that the land belonged to indigenous groups who had managed it for millennia. But colonial authorities operated under the convenient fiction of terra nullius, treating Australia as empty land free for the taking. Squatters, settlers who simply moved onto land without official permission, pushed the boundaries of settlement even faster than colonial governments could keep track of. They'd find good grazing land, establish sheep stations, and essentially dare the authorities to do anything about it. Most of the time, the government eventually recognised these illegal settlements, because stopping them would have required resources the colony didn't have. For indigenous Australians, this expansion was catastrophic. Their traditional lands were taken for sheep stations. Waterholes were monopolised by pastoral stations. Hunting grounds were fenced off. When indigenous people continued to use their traditional territories, which they had every right to do, they were treated as thieves and trespassers on their own land. Frontier violence escalated into what historians now recognise as guerrilla warfare. Indigenous groups conducted raids on pastoral stations, taking sheep and supplies. Settlers responded with punitive expeditions that often turned into massacres. Colonial authorities mostly looked the other way, and most of this violence went unrecorded, making it difficult to know the full extent of the deaths. Then came 1851, and everything accelerated. Gold was discovered, first in New South Wales and then in Victoria, sparking one of history's great gold rushes. Suddenly Australia was flooded with prospectors from around the world, Chinese miners, American 49ers who'd missed California's gold rush, British workers seeking fortune, and adventurers from everywhere. The gold rushes transformed Australia's demographics and economy overnight. Melbourne grew from a small town to a substantial city within a few years. The population doubled in a decade. Wealth poured in from the goldfields, funding construction, commerce, and the beginnings of an Australian identity that was less about being British and more about being Australian. The goldfields were remarkably democratic compared to most of 19th century society. Anyone could try their luck. Convicts who'd served their time, free settlers, indigenous Australians, Chinese immigrants, and people from every social class. Your success depended on luck and determination rather than birth or connection. This created a rough egalitarianism that would influence Australian culture for generations. Of course, this democracy had limits. Chinese miners faced particular discrimination, blamed for everything from taking gold that should have gone to Europeans to undermining wage standards. Taxes and restrictions specifically targeted Chinese miners, revealing that Australian egalitarianism extended mainly to Europeans. Indigenous Australians were largely excluded from the goldfields, pushed aside by the rush of prospectors flooding across their territories. The Eureka Stockade incident in 1854 became one of the founding myths of Australian democracy. Miners in Ballarat, frustrated by expensive licences and government corruption, built a stockade and raised a flag. Soldiers attacked, killing about 30 miners in a brief violent confrontation. The rebellion failed militarily but succeeded politically. It led to reforms that made the colonies more democratic and became a symbol of Australian independence and workers' rights. By the 1860s, Australia had been transformed from a collection of prison colonies to a prosperous, growing society. The convict era was ending. The last convict ship arrived in Western Australia in 1868. Free immigration now dwarfed forced transportation. Cities were growing, industries were developing, and the colonies were gaining increasing autonomy from British rule. But this prosperity came at a cost that wasn't equally distributed. While European settlers celebrated growth and opportunity, Indigenous Australians faced continuing dispossession, violence, and population collapse. Their numbers had decreased dramatically from pre-contact levels, ravaged by disease, violence, and the destruction of traditional ways of life. Chapter 6. Making a Nation from 6 Arguments. By the 1890s, Australia consisted of 6 separate colonies: New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, and Tasmania, each with its own government, laws, and tendency to view the others as rivals or inconveniences. Getting them to agree to form a single nation was like trying to organise a family reunion where everyone thinks they should be in charge. The push for federation came from a mixture of practical needs and nationalist sentiment. The colonies needed to coordinate defence. There were periodic scares about foreign powers, especially Russia and later Germany, threatening Australian waters. They needed to standardise railway gauges, which were embarrassingly different across colonial borders, meaning goods had to be unloaded and reloaded when crossing from one colony to another. And there was a growing sense that Australians shared enough in common to deserve their own nation, rather than remaining a collection of British colonies. The process of creating this nation involved a lot of arguing. Constitutional conventions met, debated, adjourned, and met again. Representatives from each colony lobbied for their interests. Small colonies worried about being dominated by large ones. Large colonies resented giving small colonies equal representation. Everyone had opinions about everything, and getting 6 colonies to agree on constitutional language proved only slightly easier than actual nation-building usually is. One of the key compromises involved creating a federal capital in New South Wales to appease the most populous colony, but locating it at least 100 miles from Sydney, to appease Victoria, which thought Sydney had too much influence already. This eventually led to Canberra, a purpose-built capital that would become famous for its planned layout, bureaucratic atmosphere, and ability to make visitors wonder why anyone thought building a city from scratch in sheep-grazing country was a good idea. The constitution that emerged in 1901 created a federal system that borrowed heavily from both Britain and the United States. There would be a parliament with 2 houses, a House of Representatives based on population, and a Senate giving equal representation to each state. Executive power would rest with a Prime Minister and Cabinet, responsible to Parliament, and the British monarch would remain head of state, represented by a Governor-General, because cutting ties completely with Britain seemed too radical for 1901. What the Constitution didn't address, at least not positively, was Indigenous Australians. Section 127 specifically excluded Aboriginal natives from being counted in the national census. Section 51 gave the federal government power to make laws about all people except the Aboriginal race. This exclusion wasn't accidental oversight, but deliberate policy, reflecting prevailing beliefs that Indigenous Australians were a dying race that would soon vanish entirely, solving what colonisers viewed as the Aboriginal problem. The other notable exclusion involved what would become known as the White Australia policy. The Immigration Restriction Act of 1901 was designed to keep non-Europeans, especially Chinese and Pacific Islander people, from immigrating to Australia. It used dictation tests that could be administered in any European language to exclude unwanted immigrants, a system so transparently discriminatory that it became a model for racist immigration policies elsewhere. Federation Day, January 1st, 1901, was celebrated with enthusiasm by most white Australians. There were parades, speeches, and general celebrations of the new Commonwealth of Australia. For Indigenous Australians, it was just another day in an ongoing dispossession, now to be conducted by a federal government instead of colonial ones. Chapter 7. Wars, Depression, and Defining Australian Identity. The new Australian nation barely had time to settle into existence before World War I came along, and, like a demanding relative, insisted Australia prove its maturity through military service. When Britain declared war in 1914, Australia was automatically at war too. That's how the British Commonwealth worked. and Australians volunteered in extraordinary numbers. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, landed at Gallipoli in Turkey in April 1915 as part of a British-led campaign that was supposed to knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war. Instead, it turned into an 8-month military disaster, where Allied forces were pinned on beaches and cliffs, taking heavy casualties for no strategic gain. The campaign failed completely, but something interesting happened in that failure. Australians developed a national mythology. Anzac Day, April 25th, became Australia's most important national commemoration, not celebrating victory, but honouring sacrifice, mateship, and the Anzac spirit of endurance under impossible conditions. There's something distinctly Australian about choosing a military defeat as your defining national moment, suggesting that how you handle adversity matters more than winning. Over 60,000 Australian soldiers died in World War I, a staggering number for a nation of fewer than 5 million people. Hardly a town or suburb wasn't touched by grief. War memorials went up in every community, listing names that often represented significant percentages of local young men. The war changed Australia from a collection of former colonies into a nation that had proven itself on the world stage, though the price of that proof was heartbreakingly high. The 1920s brought recovery and prosperity. Briefly, Australia's economy grew, cities expanded, and there was a sense that the worst was behind. Then came 1929 and the Great Depression, hitting Australia particularly hard because the economy depended heavily on exports of wool and wheat, both of which collapsed in value. Unemployment reached 30%. People queued for government relief that barely kept families fed. Shanty towns grew on city outskirts. The Great Depression tested Australian institutions and social cohesion in ways that would influence politics for generations. Labour unions gained strength, pushing for better conditions and greater economic equality. Conservative forces worried about radicalism and communism. Political tensions ran high, occasionally spilling into violence. Australia weathered the Depression without revolution or dictatorship, which was something of an achievement given what was happening in other parts of the world, but the experience left lasting marks on Australian society. World War II came along just as Australia was recovering from the Depression, and this time the threat was existential. When Japan entered the war, Australia suddenly faced invasion by a military power that was advancing rapidly through Southeast Asia. The fall of Singapore in 1942, where British promises of defence collapsed and thousands of Australian soldiers were captured, marked a turning point in Australian strategic thinking. Prime Minister John Curtin made a famous declaration that Australia would look to America rather than Britain for security, explicitly acknowledging that Britain could no longer protect its distant dominion. American General Douglas MacArthur made Australia his headquarters for the Pacific War. American servicemen flooded into Australian cities. The Battle of the Coral Sea stopped Japanese naval forces heading toward Australia. For the first time, Australians faced war in their own region, rather than fighting in distant European or Middle Eastern campaigns. The war accelerated Australia's transformation from British colony to independent nation. After 1945, there was no going back to assuming Britain would handle defence and foreign policy. Australia needed to develop its own international relationships, strengthen its military, and think about its place in the Asia-Pacific region, rather than imagining itself as a distant outpost of Europe. Chapter 8. Post-war Transformation and Cultural Awakening. The decades after World War II saw Australia transform more rapidly than in all its previous history. The government launched a massive immigration program under the slogan "Populate or Perish," bringing over 2 million immigrants between 1945 and 1947-1965. The initial focus was on British immigrants, but as numbers fell short, Australia expanded to accept displaced persons from Europe: Poles, Ukrainians, Yugoslavs, Greeks, and Italians. This immigration challenged the White Australia policy's assumptions without directly confronting them. The government tried to maintain the policy while accepting Southern Europeans who earlier generations might not have considered properly white. Italian and Greek immigrants faced discrimination, were called derogatory names, and struggled for acceptance, but their presence began diversifying what it meant to be Australian. These immigrants changed Australian food, culture, and cities. Suburbs that had been relentlessly British became multicultural neighbourhoods. Coffee culture arrived with Italian immigrants who were horrified by Australian coffee habits. Greek restaurants introduced Australians to cuisines beyond meat pies and fish and chips. European immigrants brought different attitudes about food, family and leisure that gradually influenced broader Australian culture. The 1950s and 1960s were also when Indigenous Australians began organising more effectively for civil rights. They had fought in both world wars, worked in industries supporting the war effort, and then returned to lives defined by discrimination and legal restrictions. In Queensland and the Northern Territory, Indigenous workers on cattle stations lived under conditions barely distinguishable from servitude. In southern states, Indigenous people faced segregation in housing, education and public spaces. The Freedom Rides of 1965, inspired by American civil rights activism, saw students from the University of Sydney travel through rural New South Wales, documenting discrimination and protesting segregation in swimming pools, cinemas and other public spaces. These protests brought national attention to inequalities that most urban Australians preferred not to think about. The real breakthrough came in 1967, with a referendum asking Australians to remove constitutional provisions excluding Indigenous Australians from the census and prohibiting the federal government from making laws for them. Over 90% voted yes, one of the highest referendum results in Australian history. It didn't immediately change Indigenous lives, but it represented a shift in national attitudes, an acknowledgement that exclusion and discrimination had to end. The White Australia policy's dismantling happened gradually through the 1960s and early 1970s. First, restrictions eased slightly, then exceptions multiplied. Finally, in 1973, the Whitlam government officially ended racial discrimination in immigration policy. This opened Australia to Asian immigration, fundamentally changing the nation's demographic trajectory. Vietnamese refugees arrived after the Vietnam War, establishing communities that enriched Australian society. Asian skilled migration increased. By the 1980s, Australia was receiving immigrants from every continent, transforming cities into genuinely multicultural places. Sydney and Melbourne became among the world's most diverse cities, with neighbourhoods where dozens of languages could be heard and restaurants representing cuisines from every corner of the globe. These changes weren't smooth or universally welcomed. There were tensions, racist incidents, and political movements resisting multiculturalism. Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party emerged in the 1990s, arguing that Asian immigration threatened Australian identity. But these resistance movements represented minorities. Most Australians adapted to diversity, recognising that multiculturalism wasn't destroying Australian identity but creating a new version of it. The arts flourished during this period. Australian cinema experienced a renaissance with films that explored Australian themes and landscapes. Rock bands like AC/DC and INXS achieved international success. Australian literature gained recognition beyond simply being exotic, British writing from the Southern Hemisphere. There was growing confidence that Australian culture could stand on its own terms rather than constantly referencing British or American models. Chapter 9: Land Rights, Reconciliation and Unfinished Business. The 1970s and 1980s saw Indigenous Australians push harder for land rights, recognition and self-determination. The case that changed everything was Milirpum v Nabalco, the Gove land rights case, where Yolngu people from Arnhem Land challenged mining on their traditional country. They lost in court, but the case generated national attention and political pressure that couldn't be ignored. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam responded by establishing the Aboriginal Land Rights Commission, which led to the Northern Territory Land Rights Act of 1976. This was the first legislation recognising Indigenous land ownership based on traditional connection rather than British legal concepts. Indigenous communities could now claim unallocated Crown land in the Northern Territory if they could prove traditional ownership. It was limited and didn't extend to the rest of Australia, but it established the principle that terra nullius was a fiction and Indigenous land rights existed. The real bombshell came in 1992 with the Mabo decision. Eddie Mabo, a Meriam man from the Torres Strait Islands, had been fighting since 1982 for recognition that his people owned their traditional lands. The High Court's decision in Mabo v Queensland finally overturned terra nullius, ruling that native title existed and had survived British colonisation, where Indigenous people maintained continuous connection to land. This was revolutionary. like discovering that the legal foundation of Australian land ownership had been built on quicksand. It didn't mean all Australian land suddenly reverted to Indigenous ownership, but it meant that Indigenous people could claim native title, where they could prove continuous connection, and where the land hadn't been developed or granted away under other legal processes. The Native Title Act of 1993 tried to create a framework for recognising these rights, while protecting existing property owners. The result was complex, legalistic, and often frustrating for Indigenous claimants, but it was still remarkable progress compared to the blanket denial of Indigenous rights that had characterised Australian law for 2 centuries. The stolen generations issue emerged into public consciousness during this period. For decades, Australian governments had systematically removed Indigenous children from their families under assimilation policies, placing them in institutions or with white families. The idea was to breed out Indigenous identity by raising children without connection to their culture, families, or communities. The 1997 Bringing Them Home report documented this practice in devastating detail. Tens of thousands of children forcibly removed, families destroyed, cultures disrupted, and psychological trauma that affected not just individuals but entire communities across generations. The report recommended a formal apology, but Prime Minister John Howard refused, arguing that present generations shouldn't apologise for past actions. This refusal became increasingly controversial. In 2008, newly elected Prime Minister Kevin Rudd made a formal apology to the stolen generations in Parliament, acknowledging the suffering caused by forced removal policies. It was an emotional moment. Many stolen generation survivors were present in Parliament, and the apology was broadcast nationally. It didn't undo the harm, but it represented official acknowledgement of historical injustice. Yet progress on Indigenous issues remained frustratingly slow and uneven. The gap in life expectancy, health outcomes, education, and employment between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians persisted despite numerous government programs. Remote Indigenous communities face particular challenges: inadequate services, limited economic opportunities, and the ongoing impacts of historical dispossession. Constitutional recognition of Indigenous Australians became a long-running debate. The Constitution still contained provisions from 1901 that excluded or marginalised Indigenous people. Multiple proposals for constitutional reform were debated, designed and discussed, but creating change that satisfied both Indigenous communities and required referendum majorities proved elusive. The 2017 Uluru Statement from the Heart, issued by Indigenous leaders, called for constitutional reform establishing a voice to Parliament, a permanent Indigenous advisory body that would ensure Indigenous communities had input into policies affecting them. The proposal sparked debate about constitutional change, Indigenous representation, and the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia that continues today. Chapter 10. Modern Australia in a Changing World. As the 20th century ended and the 21st began, Australia found itself navigating an identity that was increasingly complex. No longer simply British, but not quite willing to embrace being Asian despite geography, Australia occupied an interesting middle ground, a Western democracy in the Asia-Pacific region, with a population becoming more diverse with each passing year. The Sydney Olympics in 2000 became a showcase for this modern Australia. The opening ceremony featured Indigenous performers prominently. Cathy Freeman, an Indigenous athlete, lit the Olympic flame and later won gold in the 400 metres while carrying both the Australian and Aboriginal flags. It was a moment of national pride that tried to bridge historical divisions, though many noted that Olympic symbolism was easier than addressing substantive Indigenous disadvantage. The Republic debate simmered throughout the 1990s and came to a head with a 1999 referendum asking Australians if they wanted to replace the British monarch with an Australian president. The result was complicated. Polls showed many Australians supported becoming a republic in principle, but the specific model proposed, where Parliament would elect the president, didn't satisfy either monarchists or republicans who wanted direct election. The referendum failed, and Australia retained Queen Elizabeth II as head of state, a reminder that changing constitutional arrangements requires more than vague sentiment. Australia's economy transformed during these decades through a process politely called economic reform, but which involved significant pain for many communities. Manufacturing declined as globalisation shifted production to Asia. Mining boomed as China's growth created enormous demand for Australian iron ore, coal and natural gas. Service industries expanded. The economy grew overall, but the benefits weren't distributed equally, with inner-city professional workers doing well, while outer suburban and regional areas struggled with job losses and declining services. The mining boom of the 2000s and 2010s brought extraordinary wealth, particularly to Western Australia, where iron ore mines produced billions in export revenue. This created an interesting dynamic where mining companies and state governments grew rich, while debates raged about whether enough wealth was being captured for broader public benefit through taxes and royalties. Climate change became an increasingly divisive political issue. Australia is particularly vulnerable to climate impacts. Droughts become more severe, bushfires more frequent and intense, coral bleaching threatens the Great Barrier Reef, and coastal communities face rising seas. Yet Australia's economy depends heavily on coal and gas exports, creating political tensions between environmental concerns and economic interests. The millennium drought of the late 1990s through 2000s hit southeastern Australia particularly hard. Major cities implemented water restrictions, farmers watched crops fail, and debates about water management dominated politics. The drought eventually broke, but it previewed challenges that climate change is expected to intensify. Then came the Black Saturday bushfires of 2009 in Victoria, the deadliest bushfires in Australian history, killing 173 people and destroying thousands of homes. The fires generated their own weather systems, moved faster than people could flee, and demonstrated the devastating potential of extreme fire conditions combined with strong winds and record temperatures. Immigration remained contentious. Successive governments struggled with asylum seekers arriving by boat, implementing increasingly harsh deterrence policies. Offshore detention centres in Nauru and Papua New Guinea held asylum seekers in conditions that drew international criticism. The political calculation was that being perceived as tough on borders won more votes than humanitarian concerns cost, revealing uncomfortable truths about Australian political priorities. Meanwhile, Australia's relationship with China grew more economically important and politically complicated. China became Australia's largest trading partner by far, buying Australian resources at scales that drove economic growth. But strategic concerns about China's rising power, its treatment of ethnic minorities, and its increasingly assertive foreign policy created tensions between economic interests and security concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to 2021 revealed both strengths and limitations in Australian governance. Border closures and lockdowns contained the virus more successfully than in many countries, keeping death rates relatively low. But border policies separated families, locked international students and temporary residents out of support systems, and exposed inequalities in who could afford to weather extended lockdowns. State border closures, previously unthinkable, became routine, with states protecting their populations by restricting movement in ways that divided families and disrupted businesses. The pandemic revealed that Australian federalism, designed for an era of slow communication and transport, could create as many problems as it solved in a crisis requiring rapid, coordinated response. The Voice to Parliament referendum in 2023 asked Australians whether they supported constitutional change to establish an Indigenous advisory body. Despite initial polling showing support, the referendum failed, with many Australians voting no for varied reasons. Some opposed constitutional change, others wanted practical action instead of symbolic recognition, and some were influenced by misinformation campaigns about what the Voice would actually do. The referendum's failure highlighted ongoing challenges in reconciliation. While most Australians supported Indigenous rights in abstract terms, building consensus for specific reforms proved difficult. The gap between symbolic recognition and substantive change remained frustratingly wide. Chapter 11. The Land Itself, Australia's Enduring Character. As we wind down this long journey through Australian history, it's worth considering the land itself, this vast, ancient continent that has shaped everyone who has lived here, from the first humans who arrived 65,000 years ago to the most recent immigrants stepping off a plane last week. Australia is the flattest, driest inhabited continent, with soils among the oldest and least fertile on Earth. This isn't prime agricultural land that generously yields whatever you plant. It's a landscape that demands respect, knowledge, and adaptation. Indigenous Australians learned this over millennia. European settlers took longer and made more mistakes, sometimes spectacular ones. The distances are almost incomprehensible to people from smaller countries. You can drive for hours, days even, and see nothing but scrubland, the same eucalyptus trees stretching to every horizon. There's a reason Australians measure distance in time rather than kilometres. It's about 4 hours up the road, means more than it's 350 kilometres away. Because the real question is how long you'll be driving through that emptiness. Yet this emptiness isn't really empty. The outback that looks barren to European eyes teems with life if you know how to look. Lizards sheltering under rocks, birds nesting in impossible places, and plants that survive years without rain and then burst into bloom when moisture finally comes. Indigenous Australians could read this landscape like Europeans read books, seeing stories, resources and knowledge in every feature. The coasts tell a different story, lush, green, and where most Australians actually live. Over 80% of the population clusters along the coastline, particularly the eastern and southeastern coasts, leaving the interior largely uninhabited except for mining operations and small towns, connected by impossibly long roads. This creates an odd situation where Australia is simultaneously one of the most urbanised countries in the world and one with vast spaces where human presence is minimal. The Great Barrier Reef, stretching for over 2,000 kilometres along the Queensland coast, is the world's largest living structure, visible from space. It's a reminder that, while the land is ancient and weathered, the surrounding oceans are dynamic and alive. The reef faces existential threats from warming waters and ocean acidification, making it a symbol of broader environmental challenges. Australian wildlife remains gloriously weird. Monotremes, mammals that lay eggs, exist nowhere else. Marsupials dominate where placental mammals rule elsewhere. Venomous creatures abound, snakes, spiders, jellyfish, and even a venomous platypus, because apparently regular platypi weren't strange enough. Yet for all the dangerous wildlife reputation, Australia is remarkably safe if you exercise basic common sense, unlike places with large predators that actually hunt humans. The seasons run opposite to the Northern Hemisphere, which creates ongoing calendar confusion. Christmas happens in summer, requiring Australians to maintain European traditions like hot roast dinners in sweltering heat, while knowing that singing about snow and winter wonderlands is geographically nonsensical. Some things persist through cultural inertia, regardless of environmental fit. Chapter 12. What Australia Means Today. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let's consider what Australia represents in the early 21st century. Not the tourist brochure version with beaches and opera houses, but the more complex reality of a nation still working out what it wants to be. Australia is one of the world's most successful multicultural democracies, a place where people from every continent live together, with generally less conflict than history might predict. Over 30% of Australians were born overseas, and in cities like Sydney and Melbourne, that percentage approaches 40%. This diversity is now woven into Australian identity rather than threatening it, though individual incidents of racism remind us that acceptance isn't universal. The Australian sense of humour, self-deprecating, ironic and slightly irreverent toward authority, remains a defining characteristic. Australians instinctively deflate pomposity, value authenticity over pretension, and use nicknames as signs of affection. This can sometimes frustrate visitors from more formal cultures, but it creates a social environment where hierarchy is less rigid than in many societies. Mateship, that quintessentially Australian concept, values loyalty, helping others, and standing by your friends. It emerged from the harsh conditions of early colonial life, where cooperation meant survival, got reinforced through military experiences, and now shapes everything from workplace culture to political rhetoric. Though mateship has historically been quite masculine in its emphasis, contemporary understanding has broadened to include more diverse forms of solidarity and community support. The tyranny of distance, Australia's isolation from major world centres, has shaped national psychology in interesting ways. Australians are simultaneously provincial and cosmopolitan, deeply attached to local places while being enthusiastic international travellers. The distance creates a kind of fortress mentality sometimes, but also produces people who are comfortable with crossing cultural boundaries. Sports occupy an almost religious place in Australian culture. Cricket, Australian rules football, rugby league, rugby union, soccer, and countless other sports generate passion that can seem disproportionate to outsiders. But sports serve as social glue, creating shared experiences and identities that bridge other divisions. State rivalries in sports are intense, but mostly good-natured, except when they're not. The beach lifestyle isn't tourist mythology, but genuine cultural practice for millions of coastal Australians. Learning to swim, understanding surf conditions, and spending summer days at the beach aren't luxury activities but normal parts of life. Surf life-saving clubs are community institutions that combine sport, service, and social connection. Australian English has evolved into its own dialect with distinctive pronunciation, vocabulary, and idioms that can confound even native English speakers from other countries. The tendency to abbreviate everything, arvo for afternoon, servo for service station, brekkie for breakfast, combined with distinctive slang, creates a language that is simultaneously familiar and foreign to other English speakers. Yet underneath these cultural characteristics, deeper questions persist. What does reconciliation with Indigenous Australians actually require beyond symbolic gestures? How does Australia balance its Western political traditions with its Asian geography? What responsibilities come with extraordinary resource wealth in a world facing climate change? How do you maintain social cohesion as diversity increases? These aren't questions with easy answers, and different Australians answer them differently. The Australian political system produces stability, but sometimes at the cost of bold reform. The combination of compulsory voting, preferential voting, and frequent elections means that politicians must appeal to median voters, creating pressure for centrist policies. This prevents extremism, but can also prevent necessary change when that change requires short-term sacrifice for long-term benefit. Indigenous disadvantage remains Australia's greatest domestic challenge and moral failing. Despite decades of programs, policies and good intentions, gaps in health, education, employment and incarceration rates persist. Until these gaps close, Australia cannot claim to have truly reconciled with the injustices of colonisation and their continuing impacts. Epilogue. Stories that continue. As you drift towards sleep, remember that history isn't a story that ended, it's one that continues. The Australia that exists today is dramatically different from the one that existed in 1788, or 1901, or even 1988. And the Australia that will exist in 2088 will be different again, shaped by decisions being made now and challenges not yet visible. Indigenous Australians, after surviving 65,000 years, including 2 centuries of dispossession and destruction, continue to maintain cultural traditions, revive languages, and assert rights to land and self-determination. Their story, the longest continuous human story on Earth, didn't end with colonisation. It adapted, persisted, and continues. The immigrant families who arrived from Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas are creating new chapters in Australian history, bringing traditions that enrich and complicate what it means to be Australian. Their children and grandchildren will blend these traditions with Australian culture in ways that continue the evolution that has characterised this continent for millennia. Environmental challenges, from climate change to species extinctions to water scarcity, will require Australians to reconsider their relationship with this ancient land. Perhaps this will create opportunities to learn from Indigenous knowledge systems that sustained human life here for thousands of generations, without depleting resources that support future generations. The Great Barrier Reef, struggling under warming seas, reminds us that some losses might be irreversible without rapid action. The increasingly intense bushfire seasons warn that climate change isn't a distant threat but a present reality requiring adaptation and mitigation. The drought-prone inland teaches that water is precious and cannot be taken for granted. Australia's geographic position, tucked below Asia in the southern hemisphere, will continue shaping its strategic and economic future. The rise of Asia, particularly China and India, creates both opportunities and challenges that will define Australian foreign policy for generations. The Republican debate will resurface, probably when Queen Elizabeth II's reign ends, forcing Australians to reconsider what constitutional links to Britain mean in an era when Australian identity has evolved far beyond its colonial origins. Cities will continue growing, sprawling across land that was recently farmland or bush, creating environmental and infrastructure challenges that require creative solutions. The Australian dream of owning a detached house on a quarter-acre block will become increasingly difficult as land prices rise and density increases. Technology will transform work, education, and social connections in ways we can barely imagine, just as previous generations couldn't imagine how television, air conditioning, and the internet would reshape Australian life. But through all these changes, something fundamental about Australia will probably persist: the particular quality of light that has inspired artists for millennia, the distinctive accent and humour, the casual approach to social hierarchy, and the fierce attachment to place that characterises both Indigenous and settler Australians in different but sometimes overlapping ways. The story that began 65,000 years ago when the first humans crossed the water to reach this continent continues. It has been a story of adaptation, survival, conflict, creativity, and constant change. It has included tragedies that should never be forgotten and triumphs worth celebrating. It has been shaped by Indigenous knowledge, British colonisation, multicultural immigration, and countless individual decisions that accumulated into historical forces. As you fall asleep tonight, you're connected to this ongoing story, whether you're Australian yourself or simply someone interested in how human societies evolve, adapt, and sometimes transcend their origins. Australia's history, like all history, isn't a collection of dates and facts, but a web of human experiences, choices, and consequences that continue resonating through time. The land itself, ancient, weathered, patient, has witnessed all of this and will witness whatever comes next. The stars that wheel overhead are the same stars that guided Indigenous navigators for thousands of generations, that confused early European explorers, and that now mark the southern sky for everyone who calls this continent home. Sleep well, knowing that history is never truly finished, that every ending is also a beginning, and that the oldest inhabited continent on Earth continues its journey into an unknowable but fascinating future. The story of Australia, like the best bedtime stories, invites you to dream, not just of what was, but of what might be. You're settling into the late 1800s and early 1900s, when people first began studying the mind not through philosophy alone, but through careful observation and quiet experimentation. This was a time when psychology was new, uncertain, and filled with more questions than answers, when researchers worked in small rooms with simple tools, trying to understand something that had never been systematically studied before. Before psychology existed as a formal discipline, people already knew their own minds quite well. You woke each morning with thoughts forming before you opened your eyes. You noticed how attention shifted from task to task throughout the day. You felt emotions rise and fade. You remembered yesterday while planning tomorrow. All of this happened naturally, without textbooks or laboratories. In the middle 1800s, if you wanted to understand thinking, you simply observed yourself and others going about ordinary life. You noticed that some memories stayed clear while others faded within hours. You recognized that concentrating on one thing meant other things slipped away. You understood that tiredness changed how you thought, making simple decisions feel difficult by evening. People describe these experiences to one another constantly. A teacher might mention how students seem to learn better in the morning. A shopkeeper might notice that familiar customers' faces came to mind more easily than their names. A parent might observe that children remembered stories better when they were calm and rested. These observations weren't scientific, but they were accurate in their own way. The idea that thoughts could be studied systematically seemed strange at first. Thinking felt private, invisible, and impossible to measure. Unlike the heart or lungs, the mind produced nothing you could weigh or see under a microscope. It simply existed, creating experiences that only you could know directly. Yet people had always been curious about why they thought the way they did. Why did some faces seem instantly familiar, while others remained strangers even after multiple meetings? Why could you remember a song from childhood but forget what you ate 3 days ago? Why did solving a puzzle sometimes require stepping away and returning later with fresh eyes? These questions didn't feel urgent. They were simply part of being human, noticed during quiet moments or mentioned in passing conversation. No one expected definitive answers. The mind was just something you lived with, accepting its quirks and patterns as part of daily existence. By the mid-1800s, a few people began wondering if these everyday observations could lead somewhere more organised. Perhaps patterns existed that applied to everyone. Perhaps memory, attention and thought followed rules that could be discovered through patient study. Perhaps the mind, despite being invisible, could still be understood. This shift happened gradually. It wasn't a sudden revelation, but a slow accumulation of curiosity. Someone might keep a journal noting when they remembered things clearly versus when details blurred. Another person might wonder why certain tasks felt automatic, while others required constant attention. These small questions began gathering into something larger. The people asking these questions weren't revolutionaries. They were teachers, doctors, philosophers, and simply thoughtful individuals who noticed patterns in daily life. They had no special equipment and no established methods. They just had questions and the patience to sit with them. What made this period interesting was how little anyone actually knew. There were no textbooks explaining how memory worked, no diagrams showing how attention functioned, no theories about why practice made some tasks easier. Just people noticing, wondering, and occasionally writing down what they observed. This uncertainty created a kind of openness. Without established answers, people could explore freely. They could propose ideas, test them gently, and revise them without feeling they were contradicting established truth. The mind was a mystery, but it was a mystery they lived with every day, making it familiar even while remaining unexplained. Daily life provided constant opportunities for informal observation. Walking through a city, you noticed how quickly you stopped hearing the constant noise of traffic and conversation. Your mind filtered out the familiar, attending only to unusual sounds or sudden changes. This happened automatically without conscious decision. Reading a book demonstrated similar patterns. Your eyes moved across words, but you weren't aware of each individual letter. Somehow, meaning emerged directly from the marks on the page. Only when you encountered an unfamiliar word did the process slow down, becoming deliberate and conscious. Conversations revealed other aspects of thinking. You could follow what someone said while simultaneously planning your response. You remembered earlier parts of the conversation while hearing new information. You interpreted tone and expression alongside actual words. All of this happened smoothly, requiring no apparent effort. Yet certain mental tasks felt genuinely difficult. Learning a new skill demanded concentration. Remembering long sequences of information took work. Maintaining attention on something boring required constant effort. These difficulties were just as much a part of mental life as the effortless aspects. People noticed that moods affected thinking. When cheerful, problems seemed manageable, and ideas flowed easily. When sad or worried, even simple tasks felt burdensome, and concentration became difficult. The connection between emotion and thought was obvious, though no one understood the mechanisms behind it. Physical state mattered too. Hunger made thinking harder. Illness disrupted concentration. Pain drew attention away from other concerns. The mind clearly depended on the body, though the exact nature of that dependence remained unclear. Age brought changes in mental abilities that everyone could observe. Children learned quickly but struggled with abstract ideas. Adults could think through complex problems but sometimes had trouble learning new skills. Older people accumulated vast knowledge but might struggle to remember recent events. These patterns were familiar, noticed across generations. Individual differences were equally apparent. Some people seemed naturally good with numbers. Others had exceptional memories for faces or names. Still others could learn languages easily, or showed talent for music or art. These variations suggested that minds, while sharing basic features, also differed in significant ways. All of these observations existed before formal psychology, accumulated through ordinary living rather than systematic study. They formed a foundation of common knowledge about mental life, reliable enough for practical purposes even without scientific explanation. What early psychologists would attempt was taking this informal knowledge and making it precise. They wanted to move from noticing patterns to understanding why those patterns existed. They hoped to transform everyday observations into systematic knowledge that could be tested, refined, and extended. This ambition faced an immediate problem. Unlike studying rocks or plants or chemical reactions, studying the mind meant studying the very thing doing the studying. Your mind had to observe itself, creating a kind of circularity that made objective investigation difficult. Despite this challenge, the attempt seemed worth making. The mind shaped every aspect of human life. Understanding it better might improve education, help people think more clearly, and address the suffering caused by mental difficulties. The potential benefits justified working through methodological problems. So in small rooms and quiet laboratories, with simple equipment and careful notes, the first psychologists began their work, building on everyday observations but trying to go beyond them, seeking patterns and principles that could explain the rich, complex, frustrating and fascinating experience of being a conscious thinking person. The first people who tried to study psychology formally worked in small rooms with simple tools. They used pocket watches to measure reaction times. They created basic puzzles to test memory. They kept detailed notebooks, recording observations in neat handwriting by lamplight each evening. Wilhelm Wundt opened a laboratory in Leipzig, Germany, in 1879. This wasn't a laboratory in the modern sense, with gleaming equipment and computer screens. It was a room with tables, chairs, paper, and a few instruments for measuring time and basic sensory responses. The work done there was quiet and repetitive. Researchers would sit with volunteers and ask them to describe their thoughts while performing simple tasks. Someone might look at a coloured card and try to explain exactly what they experienced. Another person might listen to a tone and describe how it felt different from another tone. These descriptions were recorded carefully and then reviewed later. The goal was to break consciousness into its smallest parts. If thinking was made up of basic sensations, feelings and images, perhaps understanding those pieces would reveal how the whole mind worked. It seemed logical. Scientists had been breaking physical matter into smaller elements for decades. Why not do the same with thought? This approach, called introspection, required patience. Volunteers had to pay very close attention to their own mental processes and describe them accurately. Researchers had to listen carefully and record everything precisely. Then they had to compare notes, looking for patterns across different people and different tasks. The work was slow. A single experiment might take weeks to complete, with the same simple task repeated hundreds of times. Researchers wanted to be thorough, to make sure their observations were consistent. They avoided rushing toward conclusions. But problems appeared quickly. When different people described the same experience, their accounts often differed. One person might report seeing a colour as a simple sensation. Another might immediately think of an object that colour, mixing memory with pure perception. A third might feel an emotion connected to the colour, adding yet another layer. These differences were confusing. If everyone's mind worked the same way, shouldn't their descriptions match? The researchers tried being more precise with their instructions. They trained volunteers more carefully. They repeated experiments again and again. Still, the variations persisted. Some researchers began to suspect that asking people to describe their thoughts might actually change those thoughts. The act of observing your own thinking seemed to interfere with natural mental processes. It was like trying to study how you walked by, thinking about every step. The attention required for observation altered what you were trying to observe. This created a genuine dilemma. How could you study something that changed when you looked at it? The problem felt fundamental, not something that better equipment or more careful methods could solve. It was built into the nature of consciousness itself. Other scientists tried different approaches. Hermann Ebbinghaus decided to study memory using something that had no prior meaning. He created nonsense syllables, combinations of letters that formed no real words. Then he memorized lists of these syllables, testing himself repeatedly to see how memory changed over time. This work was tedious. Ebbinghaus sat alone, memorizing lists, testing himself, recording results, then doing it all again the next day. He continued for months, building a careful record of how quickly he forgot and how repetition helped him remember. The data accumulated slowly, filling notebook after notebook. What he discovered was both interesting and limited. Memory did follow certain patterns. Information faded quickly at first, then more slowly over time. Repetition helped, but with diminishing returns. Spacing practice sessions worked better than cramming everything at once. These findings were genuine, but they also felt narrow. Memorizing nonsense syllables wasn't like remembering your childhood, learning a skill, or recognizing a friend's face. The controlled simplicity that made the experiment possible also made it feel distant from real mental life. Still, the work demonstrated that memory could be studied quantitatively. You could measure how much was remembered, how long it took to learn, and how quickly forgetting occurred. These measurements provided something solid to work with, even if they captured only a tiny slice of what memory actually was. Other researchers explored different aspects of thinking. Some studied how people reacted to unexpected sounds or lights. Others investigated how practice improved performance on simple tasks. Each study added a small piece of information, but no grand picture emerged. The early psychologists kept working despite this uncertainty. They revised their methods when problems appeared. They borrowed ideas from each other. They published their findings in new journals created specifically for psychological research. The field grew, but slowly, without dramatic breakthroughs. What sustained them was genuine curiosity and the belief that patience would eventually yield understanding. They weren't expecting quick answers. They were building something from nothing, establishing basic methods and questions that future researchers could refine and expand. Equipment remained simple throughout this early period. A chronometer for measuring time, cards with colours or shapes, lists of words or syllables, simple mechanical devices for presenting stimuli at controlled intervals. Nothing required advanced technology or significant expense. This simplicity had advantages. Experiments could be replicated easily in different laboratories. Students could learn methods quickly. The focus stayed on observations rather than getting distracted by complex apparatus. The questions being asked were fundamental enough that simple tools sufficed. Funding for this work came primarily from universities, which supported research as part of their educational mission. Amounts were modest. A laboratory might operate on the equivalent of a few thousand modern dollars per year. Researchers didn't expect wealth from their work, just enough support to continue. The pace of publication was slow by later standards. A researcher might publish 2 or 3 papers in a good year. Each paper reported carefully conducted studies, often representing months of work. The emphasis was on quality and thoroughness rather than quantity of output. Reviewing others' work for journals was taken seriously. Researchers read submissions carefully, checking methods and questioning interpretations. They provided detailed feedback, helping authors improve their work. This peer review helped maintain standards even as the field was still defining what those standards should be. Mistakes were common and acknowledged openly. An experiment might fail to produce clear results. A method might prove unreliable. A theory might be contradicted by new observations. Researchers reported these failures alongside successes, treating them as valuable information about what didn't work. This honesty created a culture where admitting difficulty or uncertainty was acceptable. No one expected researchers to always be right. They expected them to be careful, honest, and willing to revise their thinking when evidence demanded it. Debates occurred regularly. Researchers disagreed about methods, interpretations, and the field's proper direction. These disagreements were conducted through journal articles and conference presentations, with each side presenting arguments and evidence. The tone was generally respectful, focused on ideas rather than personal criticism. Some debates continued for years without resolution. Different laboratories used different methods and reached different conclusions. Without clear ways to decide between competing approaches, both might persist, each gathering supporters and continuing to produce research. This theoretical diversity could be frustrating, but it also protected against premature consensus. If the field had settled too quickly on particular methods or theories, it might have locked itself into approaches that later proved limited. Ongoing disagreement kept options open. What unified researchers, despite their differences, was commitment to empirical investigation. Whatever their theoretical preferences, they agree that observation should guide understanding. Speculation alone wasn't enough. Ideas needed testing through systematic study. This empirical commitment didn't eliminate bias or error, but it provided a standard for evaluation. Theories that couldn't be tested or that contradicted. Repeated observations lost credibility. Those supported by consistent evidence gained acceptance, at least provisionally. The relationship between psychology and philosophy remained close during this period. Many psychologists had trained in philosophy and continued reading philosophical work. They borrowed concepts and questions from philosophical discussions of mind and knowledge. But psychology was trying to establish independence from philosophy by emphasizing empirical methods. Philosophers might debate the nature of consciousness indefinitely. Psychologists wanted observations that could settle disagreements or at least constrain speculation. This tension between philosophical questions and empirical methods would persist throughout psychology's development. The deepest questions about mind and consciousness often resisted experimental investigation, yet focusing only on what could be measured risked missing what was most important. Early psychologists navigated this tension with varying degrees of success. Some maintained broad philosophical perspectives while conducting careful experiments. Others focused narrowly on what could be measured, setting aside larger questions. Both approaches contributed to the field's development. As psychology developed, researchers gathered in universities, forming small communities of people interested in the same questions. These weren't large departments. Often, psychology existed as a corner of philosophy or physiology, with just one or two people pursuing it seriously. Students came to study with established researchers, learning methods through direct apprenticeship. They attended lectures, observed experiments, and eventually designed their own studies. The teaching was personal and informal, with much of the learning happening through conversation rather than formal instruction. Universities in Germany became early centres for this work. Leipzig, where Wundt worked, attracted students from across Europe and America. People travelled considerable distances to spend a year or two learning psychological research methods. They lived simply, attended lectures, worked in laboratories, and discussed ideas during long walks or evening gatherings. This created networks. Students who studied together stayed in contact after returning to their home countries. They wrote letters, sharing observations and asking questions. When someone developed a new experimental technique, others heard about it through correspondence and tried adapting it for their own research. Academic conferences began to include psychology. Researchers presented their findings to small audiences, often just a dozen or 20 people. These presentations sparked discussions that continued informally afterward. Someone might mention a problem they encountered in their research, and others would suggest possible solutions or alternative approaches. The atmosphere was collegial rather than competitive. Everyone recognized that the field was too new and uncertain for rivalry to make sense. They needed each other's ideas and insights. They were all struggling with the same fundamental challenge of how to study something as elusive as thought. Professional journals dedicated to psychology started appearing in the late 1800s. These provided formal channels for sharing research beyond personal correspondence. Articles were typically short and descriptive, reporting observations and methods without much theoretical speculation. The emphasis was on careful documentation rather than bold claims. Reading these journals meant encountering a mixture of promising findings and acknowledged failures. Researchers routinely reported experiments that didn't work as expected. They described problems with their methods. They questioned their own interpretations. This honesty reflected the field's uncertainty, but also its commitment to gradual, honest progress. Teaching psychology to undergraduates required developing new courses. What should be included? How should it be organised? Professors tried different approaches, some emphasising philosophical questions about the mind, others focusing on experimental methods and findings. Course structures varied considerably from one university to another. Students often found psychology interesting but frustrating. The field had few definitive answers to offer. Unlike anatomy, which could show you exactly how the heart worked, psychology dealt in probabilities, tendencies, and ongoing debates. This uncertainty could feel unsatisfying, but it also attracted students who enjoyed open questions. The growth of academic psychology created opportunities. Universities began hiring people specifically to teach and research psychology, rather than fitting it into other departments. Laboratories expanded beyond single rooms to include multiple spaces for different types of research. Funding, though modest, became more available, as institutions recognised psychology as a legitimate field of study. International connections strengthened. Researchers visited laboratories in other countries, observing different approaches and techniques. They discovered that while fundamental questions were universal, cultural context shaped how those questions were explored. A researcher in America might emphasize practical applications, while someone in Germany focuses on theoretical foundations. This exchange of ideas happened through multiple channels simultaneously. Letters, journal articles, conference presentations, and personal visits all contributed. The field developed unevenly, with some areas advancing faster than others, but the overall direction was toward greater sophistication and wider participation. What held these communities together was a shared commitment to understanding the mind through observation rather than speculation alone. They valued careful methods, honest reporting, and patience with uncertainty. They recognized that answers would come slowly if they came at all, but the process of searching seemed worthwhile in itself. Language differences created some barriers. Much important work was published in German, requiring researchers elsewhere to learn the language or wait for translations. French and English also served as languages of psychological research, but no single language dominated. This meant ideas spread more slowly than they might have otherwise. Translation work became important. Researchers who knew multiple languages helped make findings accessible across linguistic boundaries. They translated articles, summarised foreign work for local audiences, and facilitated correspondence between researchers who didn't share a common language. Women faced significant barriers entering psychology during this period. Universities often excluded them from formal programs or restricted their participation. Despite these obstacles, some women pursued psychological research, often working informally or in subordinate positions. Their contributions were frequently overlooked or attributed to male colleagues. If few women managed to establish themselves as serious researchers, they had to be exceptionally talented and persistent to overcome the barriers they faced. Their presence gradually began changing assumptions about who could do psychological research, though full inclusion would take many more decades. The social class background of early psychologists was typically middle or upper middle class. University education required resources that working-class families rarely had. This limited the diversity of perspectives in the field. Research questions and interpretations reflected the backgrounds and concerns of relatively privileged academics. Awareness of these limitations was minimal during the period. Researchers generally assumed their findings applied universally, without considering how class, culture, or other factors might matter. This assumption would be questioned more thoroughly in later decades, but early psychologists worked within it unconsciously. Academic hierarchies shaped research practices. Established professors held significant authority, and their theoretical preferences influenced what kinds of research seemed worthwhile. Junior researchers often worked on problems their mentors considered important, gaining independence only gradually as they established their own reputations. This hierarchical structure had both advantages and disadvantages. It provided mentorship and maintained standards. It also sometimes stifled innovation when established figures rejected new approaches. The balance between tradition and innovation remained a constant negotiation. Informal gatherings were as important as formal ones. Researchers met for coffee or tea, discussing ideas in relaxed settings. They dined together, took walks, and visited each other's homes. These social interactions built trust and understanding that facilitated intellectual exchange. Personal relationships influenced intellectual ones. Friendships formed during student years often lasted throughout careers, creating networks of mutual support. People helped each other find positions, reviewed each other's work, and collaborated on research projects. The academic year's rhythm shaped research. Terms filled with teaching left less time for experiments. Breaks allowed intensive focus on research and writing. Summers might be spent travelling to visit other laboratories or attending conferences. This cyclical pattern became the framework within which psychology developed. Universities valued research but also demanded teaching. Balancing both required careful time management. Some researchers excelled at both. Others found one or the other more congenial. Most did what was necessary to maintain their positions while pursuing the work that interested them most. Research students provided essential assistance. They helped conduct experiments, organise data, and maintain equipment. In return, they learned methods and eventually developed independence as researchers themselves. This apprenticeship model ensured continuity across generations. The relationship between research and teaching was seen as mutually beneficial. Teaching forced researchers to organise their knowledge clearly. Research provided fresh material for teaching and demonstrated the active nature of the field. Students benefited from learning from active researchers rather than just textbooks. Public interest in psychology was growing but remained limited. Occasional lectures for general audiences introduced psychological ideas to non-specialists. Newspapers sometimes reported on research findings. But psychology hadn't yet captured widespread popular attention the way it would in later decades. This relative obscurity had advantages. Researchers could work without excessive scrutiny or pressure for immediate practical results. They could pursue questions that interested them without worrying about public opinion or funding pressures beyond basic institutional support. The communities forming around psychology were small enough that most active researchers knew each other, at least by reputation. This created a sense of shared enterprise. Everyone was contributing to something new, building a field that hadn't existed a generation earlier. Early psychologists noticed quickly that mental work required rest. After several hours of concentration, attention wandered. Memory became less reliable. Simple tasks took longer. The mind, like the body, had limits. Research sessions were typically kept short. An hour of focused work was often the maximum, before researchers and volunteers both needed breaks. Continuing past that point produced diminishing returns. Fatigue introduced errors and made observations less trustworthy. This wasn't seen as a problem to overcome, but as a basic fact about how minds worked. Just as muscles needed recovery after exertion, thinking required periods of rest. Pushing beyond natural limits didn't produce better results. It just produced tired people making mistakes. Researchers built rest into their schedules deliberately. They worked in the morning when minds were fresh. They took long lunch breaks, often including walks outdoors. Afternoon sessions were shorter and focused on less demanding tasks like reviewing notes or discussing findings. Evening work was typically light, perhaps some reading or organising materials for the next day. This rhythm felt natural. It matched how people had always worked, before electric lights and demanding schedules made continuous activity seem normal. Early psychologists trusted that their best thinking happened when they weren't forcing it, when they allowed ideas to settle and clarify through patient reflection. Universities supported this approach through their structures. Academic schedules included long periods between terms when research could proceed without teaching obligations. These breaks weren't seen as vacations, but as essential time for deep work, writing, and careful thought. Walking became an important part of intellectual life. Many researchers took daily walks, using the time to think through problems without the pressure of producing immediate answers. The gentle, repetitive motion of walking seemed to help ideas flow more freely than sitting at a desk trying to force solutions. Some discoveries happened during these walks or during other restful activities. A researcher might struggle with a problem for days, then suddenly see a solution while lying in bed before sleep. This pattern reinforced the value of stepping away from work rather than grinding through difficulty. Sleep itself became a subject of interest. Researchers noticed that sleep changed thinking. A problem that seemed impossible in the evening might appear manageable after a night's rest. This wasn't magical, but reflected how sleep allowed mental processes to continue working without conscious effort. Dreams were noted, but not yet deeply studied. They seemed to reflect daily concerns mixed with random images and feelings. Some researchers kept dream journals, curious about patterns, but without methods for systematic study, dreams remained mostly personal experiences rather than scientific data. The importance of rest extended to longer timescales. Researchers took summer holidays seriously, using the time to recover from intense academic work. They travelled, visited family, pursued hobbies, and generally let their minds wander away from professional concerns. Returning in autumn, they often found themselves refreshed and ready for new projects. This approach contrasted sharply with later academic culture, which would emphasise productivity, output, and constant activity. Early psychologists worked hard, but they also trusted that rest was productive in its own way. Ideas needed time to develop. Understanding required patience, not just effort. The same principles applied to students. Cramming for exams was recognised as ineffective compared to steady, spaced study with regular breaks. Teachers encouraged students to maintain balanced schedules, warning against the exhaustion that came from excessive work without rest. None of this was formalised into theory. It was simply accepted wisdom based on observation and experience. People knew that tired minds didn't work well, so they avoided becoming unnecessarily tired. This seemed obvious rather than insightful. What made it noteworthy was how it shaped the pace of research. Psychology developed slowly, partly because researchers refused to rush. They worked carefully, rested thoroughly, and accepted that understanding would come gradually. This patience wasn't laziness, but recognition that the mind, including their own minds, had natural rhythms that should be respected rather than fought. Seasonal changes influenced work patterns. Winter brought longer periods indoors, suited to reading and writing. Spring invited more outdoor activity and social interaction. Summer allowed travel and rest. Autumn marked returns to teaching and intensive research. This natural cycle was accepted and incorporated into academic life. The quality of rest mattered as much as its quantity. Simply stopping work wasn't enough. Rest needed to involve genuine disengagement, allowing the mind to turn toward different concerns or simply wander without purpose. This kind of rest restored mental energy more effectively than forced inactivity while still thinking about work. Some researchers found particular activities restorative. Music, gardening, conversation with friends, and light physical exercise all provided relief from mental labour. These activities weren't seen as distractions from important work, but as necessary components of a sustainable intellectual life. The relationship between physical and mental rest was acknowledged but not fully understood. Exercise seemed to help mental clarity, perhaps by improving circulation, or simply by providing a break from thinking. Fresh air and natural light were valued, with many researchers preferring to work near windows or taking breaks outdoors. Time away from research often led to fresh perspectives. Returning to a problem after days or weeks away, researchers sometimes noticed aspects they had missed before. Distance provided clarity that close attention obscured. This made vacations and sabbaticals not just restorative but intellectually productive. The academic calendar's structure supported these patterns. Long summer breaks, shorter winter holidays, and periodic sabbaticals allowed researchers to step back from immediate concerns. They could read broadly, consider new directions, or simply rest without feeling they were neglecting responsibilities. Conversations about research often happen during restful activities. Walking with a colleague, sharing a meal, sitting in a comfortable room with tea. These settings facilitated discussion that felt less pressured than formal meetings. Ideas could be explored tentatively, without commitment to particular positions. The value placed on rest reflected a broader understanding of intellectual work as requiring the whole person, not just focused concentration. Physical health, emotional balance, social connection, and mental rest all contributed to thinking clearly. Neglecting any of these diminished intellectual capacity. This holistic view would be challenged by later emphasis on productivity and specialization. But for early psychologists, it remained a guiding principle. They were whole people trying to understand the whole mind, and that required attending to all aspects of human life, including the fundamental need for rest and renewal. Early psychologists developed simple experiments to understand how minds processed information. These studies used ordinary materials and straightforward tasks, nothing complex or intimidating. Memory research often involved lists. A researcher would read a series of words or numbers, then ask volunteers to recall as many as possible. By varying the length of lists, the speed of presentation, and the time before testing, researchers mapped basic patterns of remembering and forgetting. What they found was that memory had clear limits. Most people could remember about 7 items after a single presentation. Longer lists required repetition. Items at the beginning and end of lists were remembered better than items in the middle. These patterns appeared consistently across different people and different types of material. This consistency was encouraging. It suggested memory followed regular principles, not random processes. If you could predict memory performance based on simple variables like list length and position, perhaps deeper understanding was possible. Researchers tested many variations. Did meaningful words work differently than nonsense syllables? Did pictures produce better memory than words? Did emotional content affect recall? Each question led to careful studies, producing a gradual accumulation of findings. Forgetting proved as interesting as remembering. Ebbinghouse's work showed that most forgetting happened quickly, within the first hours or days after learning. After that, the rate of forgetting slowed considerably. Material that survived a few days often persisted for much longer. This pattern made sense of common experiences. You might forget a name minutes after hearing it, but information you still remembered a week later would likely stay accessible for months or years. The initial consolidation period was crucial. Repetition helped memory, but not in simple ways. Spacing repetitions over time worked better than massing them together. 10 practice sessions spread across 10 days produced better retention than 10 sessions in a single day. This spacing effect appeared reliably across different materials and tasks. Understanding why spacing helped required speculation. Perhaps memory needed time to consolidate between practice sessions. Perhaps spacing reduced interference between similar memories. Perhaps it simply maintained motivation better than tedious repetition. The mechanisms remained unclear, but the effect was consistent. Perception studies examined how people noticed and interpreted sensory information. Researchers presented simple stimuli like lights, sounds, or touches, then asked volunteers to report what they experienced. By varying intensity, duration, and context, they explored how minds translated physical sensations into conscious experience. One persistent finding was that perception wasn't passive. People didn't simply receive sensory information like blank pages accepting ink. Instead, expectations, attention, and prior experience shaped what people noticed and how they interpreted it. The same sound might be heard differently depending on what the listener expected or what else was happening around them. Context effects appeared everywhere. A grey patch looked lighter against a dark background and darker against a light background. A tone sounded different when preceded by other tones than when presented alone. A touch felt different depending on what area of skin received it. Perception was always relative, always influenced by surroundings. This relativity complicated attempts to identify simple laws of perception. What seemed like a straightforward relationship between stimulus and sensation turned out to involve multiple factors. Researchers had to control context carefully to get consistent results. Attention itself became a focus of study. Researchers noticed that concentrating on one thing meant missing others. They tested this with simple tasks. While focusing on counting sounds, people might fail to notice a light flashing. While watching one object move, they might miss another object appearing nearby. This revealed attention as selective and limited. You couldn't pay full attention to everything simultaneously. Instead, focus moved from one thing to another, with most sensory information going unnoticed. This wasn't a flaw, but a necessary feature of how minds worked, filtering vast amounts of information to manage what seemed most relevant. The capacity limits of attention were measured in various ways. How many objects could someone track simultaneously? How quickly could attention shift between different tasks? How did dividing attention between multiple things affect performance on each? The answers varied somewhat, but showed consistent patterns. Visual attention was studied using simple displays. Arrays of letters or symbols were presented briefly, and people reported what they saw. Results showed that only a few items could be consciously perceived at once, even though the eye received information about the entire display. Most visual information never reached conscious awareness. Auditory attention showed similar selectivity. In a room full of conversation, you could focus on one speaker and follow what they said, while other voices became background noise. This selective listening, later called the cocktail party effect, demonstrated how powerfully attention could filter information. Learning through practice showed interesting patterns. When people first attempted an unfamiliar task, they needed to think through each step deliberately. With repetition, the task became smoother and required less conscious attention. Eventually, it could be performed almost automatically. Researchers traced this progression carefully. They had volunteers practice simple activities like tapping patterns or solving basic problems, measuring speed and accuracy across many sessions. The improvement curves were consistent. Quick gains at first, then gradual refinement, eventually reaching a plateau where further practice produced little change. This suggested that learning involved forming habits, stable patterns of action that required minimal thought once established. Habits freed attention for other things. An experienced piano player could focus on expression while fingers found notes automatically. A skilled reader could attend to meaning while recognizing words without conscious effort. The role of mistakes in learning was noticed early. When people made errors during practice, they often corrected themselves on subsequent attempts. This self-correction seemed important for improvement. Simply repeating actions without noticing and adjusting mistakes didn't lead to better performance. Feedback proved essential for learning. When people received clear information about whether their responses were correct, they improved faster than when practicing without feedback. This applied to both simple motor tasks and more complex problem solving. Researchers also studied how people grouped information to make it easier to remember. Instead of memorizing 15 random numbers, someone might notice patterns or break the sequence into smaller chunks. This organizational strategy helped memory even though the amount of information remained the same. The capacity to organize information seemed to distinguish expert from novice performance. Experts didn't necessarily have better raw memory. They organized information more efficiently, recognizing patterns and chunking details into meaningful units. This reduced the memory load and made information easier to retrieve. Context affected everything. People remembered information better when tested in the same environment where they learned it. They performed tasks more successfully when conditions matched their practice sessions. This suggested that memory wasn't just about storing information, but about connecting it to circumstances and surroundings. Physical state during learning also mattered. Being tired or uncomfortable during study made later recall more difficult. Being alert and comfortable helped. The body's condition influenced the mind's function in ways that were obvious, but not yet understood. Researchers noted individual differences throughout these studies. Some people had naturally better memory, others learned motor skills more quickly, still others showed superior attention or faster perception. These variations were documented but not easily explained. The question of whether practice could overcome natural differences remained uncertain. Some evidence suggested that extensive practice could bring almost anyone to high levels of performance. Other evidence suggested limits that practice couldn't fully overcome. The interaction between talent and training remained complex. Fatigue effects appeared repeatedly in studies. Performance declined after extended periods of work. Errors became more common. Reaction times slowed. Rest restored abilities, sometimes even improving them beyond pre-fatigue levels, as if the break allowed consolidation of learning. This made long experimental sessions impractical. After an hour or two, participants showed clear signs of tiredness. Continuing produced unreliable data. It's better to stop, rest, and resume the next day than to push through declining performance. The accumulated findings from memory, perception, and learning studies created a picture of minds as active, limited, and shaped by experience. People didn't passively receive information but actively processed it, filtered by attention, organised by prior knowledge, and stored in forms that made later retrieval possible but not guaranteed. These findings were modest but genuine. They described real regularities in how minds worked. They could be replicated in different laboratories by different researchers. They formed a foundation of reliable knowledge, even though much about underlying mechanisms remained unknown. As daylight faded, early psychologists often turned from active research to quieter work. Evenings were for reviewing the day's observations, organising notes, and writing up findings. This transition from doing to reflecting was built into the rhythm of scholarly life. Laboratories emptied as evening approached. Volunteers went home. Equipment was put away carefully, cleaned, and prepared for the next day. Researchers gathered their notebooks and returned to offices or personal studies to continue work in a different mode. Writing was done by hand, sometimes by lamplight or gaslight, before electric lighting became common. The physical act of writing was slow, requiring thought about each sentence before committing it to paper. Revisions meant recopying entire pages. This enforced deliberation matched the careful nature of the research itself. Notes from experiments needed organisation. Raw observations had to be sorted, patterns identified, and preliminary interpretations considered. This work required concentration but was less mentally taxing than conducting experiments. It felt more contemplative, allowing researchers to see their findings from a slight distance. Many researchers kept detailed research journals separate from their experimental notes. These journals included thoughts about methodology, questions that arose during the day, ideas for future studies, and reflections on challenges encountered. They served as private spaces for working through uncertainty without the pressure of formal presentation. Writing for publication was a different task entirely. Articles needed clear structure and precise language. Findings had to be presented objectively, without overstating their significance. Methods required enough detail that others could replicate the work. This demanded clarity that was harder to achieve than the original research. The process usually began with an outline. Main findings would be identified, then organised into a logical sequence. Supporting evidence would be arranged. Connections to previous research would be noted. Only after this organisational work would actual writing begin. First drafts were often rough. Getting ideas onto paper mattered more than polish. Later revisions would refine language, clarify arguments, and correct errors. Multiple drafts were normal, each improving on the last through careful editing. Reading drafts aloud helped catch awkward phrasing and logical gaps. Hearing the words revealed problems that silent reading missed. Many researchers made this part of their revision process, speaking their writing to themselves in quiet rooms. Colleagues sometimes reviewed drafts before submission to journals. A trusted friend might read a paper and offer suggestions. This informal peer review helped strengthen arguments and catch oversights. It also provided emotional support, reassuring authors that their work had value. Researchers typically worked on several writing projects simultaneously. A paper describing a completed study might be in revision while another was being drafted, and a third was still just an outline with notes. This allowed them to shift between projects depending on energy and inspiration. Some days, writing flowed easily. Ideas connected naturally, arguments assembled themselves, and the right words appeared. Other days, every sentence required effort, and nothing seemed to come together properly. Researchers learned to accept this variation, working when writing came easily, and doing other tasks when it didn't. Evening writing sessions often included correspondence, letters to colleagues discussing research, responding to questions about published work, or simply maintaining professional friendships were common. These exchanges kept researchers connected to the broader community and provided informal feedback on developing ideas. The tone of letters was typically warm and personal. Researchers shared not just findings but also struggles, uncertainties, and questions. They offered encouragement and suggestions. They built relationships that went beyond purely professional interaction. Some researchers preferred dictating to assistants rather than writing directly. Speaking thoughts aloud sometimes made arguments clearer. Assistants would transcribe, then researchers would review and revise the written text. This collaboration was practical, but also shaped how ideas were expressed. Reading others' work was an essential evening activity. New journal issues arrived regularly, requiring review. Books from colleagues needed attention. Staying current with the field meant spending considerable time reading, considering others' methods and findings, and thinking about how they related to one's own research. This reading wasn't passive. Researchers took notes, wrote marginal comments, and sometimes drafted responses or critiques. Engaging actively with others' ideas helped clarify their own thinking. It also revealed gaps in the field that might suggest new research directions. Occasionally, reading sparked immediate inspiration. An article might mention a method that could be adapted or describe a finding that connected unexpectedly to the reader's own work. These moments of recognition felt valuable, worth the hours of routine reading that preceded them. Evenings also brought administrative work. Teaching needed preparation. Laboratory supplies had to be ordered. Students' papers required reading and feedback. These practical tasks interrupted intellectual work but were necessary parts of academic life. Despite these demands, evenings generally felt calmer than days. The pressure to produce immediate results eased. There was space for thinking that wandered beyond current projects, for considering larger questions about the field's direction, and for wondering about problems that had no clear solutions yet. Some researchers worked late into the night when particularly engaged with a writing project or interesting problem. Others maintained strict schedules, stopping work at a set hour regardless of what remained undone. Both approaches reflected different temperaments but similar recognition that sustainable work required boundaries. The physical setting of evening work mattered. A comfortable chair, adequate light, and minimal distraction all contributed to sustained concentration. Many researchers cultivated particular spaces for writing, places that felt conducive to focused thought. Temperature and air quality affected evening productivity. Rooms that were too warm made concentration difficult. Poor ventilation created stuffiness that interfered with thinking. Researchers learned to maintain comfortable conditions, opening windows or adjusting heating as needed. Some people worked better with complete silence. Others preferred soft background sounds. A few worked in cafes or libraries, finding that ambient activity helped them focus. Personal preferences varied, but everyone recognised that environment influenced work quality. Before sleep, many researchers spent time with non-professional reading or family activities. They recognised that stepping fully away from work helped them return to it refreshed. The mind needed variety, not just rest. Light reading before bed helped transition towards sleep. Nothing too engaging or thought-provoking, just pleasant material that didn't demand intense concentration. Novels, essays, poetry, anything that felt relaxing rather than stimulating. Evening routines often included reviewing the next day's plans, what experiments were scheduled, what writing needed attention, what meetings or teaching obligations existed. This brief preview helped organise thoughts and reduced morning uncertainty. The transition from evening work to rest was gradual rather than abrupt. Work intensity decreased in stages. Demanding writing gave way to lighter reading, which gave way to casual activities, which gave way to preparing for sleep. This gentle progression respected natural rhythms rather than fighting them. This evening rhythm of reflection, writing, reading, and gradual disengagement created continuity between active research and restorative rest. Work didn't stop abruptly, but transitioned through stages of decreasing intensity until sleep could arrive naturally. Sleep was understood as essential for mental function long before psychologists studied it systematically. Everyone knew that poor sleep made thinking difficult, and that adequate rest improved concentration and memory. This common knowledge shaped how researchers approached their work. Evening routines often included winding down deliberately. After finishing work, researchers might read something undemanding, take an evening walk, or engage in light conversation. These activities help transition from the focused attention of work to the relaxed state conducive to sleep. The importance of regular sleep schedules was recognised early. Going to bed at roughly the same time each night made falling asleep easier. Waking at consistent times made mornings less difficult. The body seemed to function better with predictable rhythms. Bedrooms were kept simple and comfortable. Heavy curtains blocked light. Bedding was clean and warm. Temperatures were kept moderate. These practical arrangements reflected an understanding that the environment affected sleep quality. Dreams were acknowledged as part of mental life, but remained largely unexplored. People remembered dreams with varying clarity. Some mornings brought vivid recall of strange narratives and images. Other mornings, dreams disappeared immediately upon waking, leaving only vague impressions. Researchers occasionally kept dream journals, recording what they remembered upon waking. Patterns emerged. Dreams often included elements from recent experiences mixed with older memories and impossible combinations. They felt real while happening, but became obviously irrational upon waking. What dreams meant or how they related to waking thought remained unclear. Some researchers suspected dreams might reveal something about how memory worked, showing how the mind combined information in unusual ways. Others thought dreams might simply be random mental activity during sleep, meaningful only in their meaninglessness. The content of dreams varied enormously between individuals and across nights. Some dreams felt coherent, with recognizable narratives and clear sequences. Others were fragmentary, jumping between scenes without connection. Emotions in dreams could be intense, sometimes more vivid than waking feelings. Recurring dreams were noted as curious phenomena. The same scenes or situations might appear repeatedly over months or years. These repetitions suggested some kind of significance, but what they meant remained mysterious. Nightmares occasionally troubled sleep. Most people experienced them occasionally. They typically involved threats or danger, creating anxiety that could wake the sleeper. Upon waking, the threat revealed itself as imaginary, but the emotional impact lingered. Without methods for studying dreams systematically, they remained personal experiences rather than scientific data. Researchers noted them with interest, but didn't build theories around them. The focus stayed on aspects of mental life that could be observed and measured during waking hours. The quality of sleep affected research directly. After a poor night's rest, experiments took longer, mistakes increased, and patience wore thin. Researchers learned to postpone difficult work when they felt tired, recognizing that forcing concentration when exhausted produced unreliable results. This meant treating sleep as a professional necessity rather than a personal weakness. Taking time to rest properly wasn't indulgence, but practical requirement for good work. Universities generally supported this through reasonable schedules that didn't demand constant availability. Seasonal patterns influenced sleep and work. Winter darkness meant longer evenings and later mornings. Summer light extended active hours but also invited more time outdoors. Researchers adjusted their schedules with seasons rather than fighting natural rhythms. The relationship between mental work and physical rest was noted but not fully understood. Thinking hard seemed to require physical recovery just as manual labour did. A day of intense mental effort left people genuinely tired, needing sleep as much as someone who had worked physically. Some researchers wondered whether different types of mental work required different kinds of rest. Did creative thinking deplete resources differently than memorization or calculation? Did some activities actually restore mental energy rather than consuming it? These questions were raised but not answered. What was clear was that regular sleep patterns supported better thinking. Going to bed and waking at consistent times made daily work easier. Irregular sleep disrupted concentration and mood, making routine tasks feel harder than they should. Physical activity during the day seemed to promote better sleep at night. Researchers who took walks or engaged in light exercise reported sleeping more soundly than those who remained sedentary. This suggested connections between physical and mental states that weren't yet understood. Diet affected sleep as well. Heavy meals late in the evening made rest uncomfortable. Stimulating drinks like coffee or tea interfered with falling asleep if consumed too close to bedtime. Moderation and timing mattered. Naps occasionally appeared in researchers' schedules. A brief afternoon rest could restore alertness for evening work. This wasn't seen as laziness, but as an efficient use of natural energy patterns. Some people felt renewed after 20 minutes of rest. Others needed longer, but the principle of midday recovery was widely accepted. The practice of napping varied by culture and individual preference. Some researchers found them essential, others never napped. Both groups recognised that what mattered was total rest quality over a full day and night, not adherence to any particular pattern. The transition to sleep was sometimes described in the research notes. People noticed the drift from waking thought to sleep's edge when ideas became less controlled and logic loosened. This transitional state felt distinct from both alert consciousness and full sleep, suggesting that mental states existed on a continuum rather than as sharp categories. Thoughts while falling asleep often had a dreamlike quality, more associative and less constrained than normal thinking. Images might appear spontaneously. Ideas might connect in unexpected ways. This state could occasionally yield insights that more focused thinking missed. Some researchers kept paper and pen beside their beds to capture late-night thoughts. An idea that seemed important while falling asleep might vanish by morning. Writing it down preserved it, though morning often revealed that the insight was less significant than it had seemed in the moment. Morning waking brought its own patterns. Some people woke alert immediately, others needed time for full consciousness to return. These differences seemed stable for each individual, another example of variation within general patterns. The first thoughts upon waking sometimes addressed problems that had been troubling the day before. The mind seemed to have worked on them during sleep, occasionally producing solutions or new perspectives. This wasn't guaranteed, but it happened often enough to be noticed and valued. The role of sleep in memory was suspected but not proven. Researchers noticed that material studied before sleep sometimes seemed clearer the next morning. This suggested sleep might help organise or strengthen memories, though the mechanisms remain unknown. Some evidence supported this. Information reviewed just before sleeping was often recalled better than information reviewed earlier in the day. Whether this reflected the absence of interference after sleep or some active consolidation process remained uncertain. Sleep deprivation experiments were rare during this period, as deliberately disrupting sleep seemed unethical and impractical. Researchers relied instead on natural variations, observing how performance changed after poor versus good sleep. The results were consistent. Sleep loss impaired everything. Memory, attention, learning, mood, and physical coordination all suffered when people didn't sleep adequately. Recovery required time. A single good night didn't fully reverse the effects of several poor ones. These observations reinforced the practical importance of sleep. Researchers who wanted to do good work needed to sleep well. This seemed obvious, but it was worth remembering when pressures to work longer hours appeared. Overall, sleep was treated with respect as a fundamental requirement for mental health and intellectual work. It wasn't something to minimise or overcome, but something to honour as essential. This attitude shaped how research was conducted and how academic life was structured. Psychology as a formal field didn't emerge through sudden revelation. Instead, it developed through decades of patient accumulation, with each generation of researchers building modestly on what came before while remaining uncertain about fundamental questions. By the early 1900s, psychology had established itself in universities across Europe and America. Laboratories existed, journals published regularly, and students could pursue formal training. Yet the field still struggled with basic problems that had plagued it from the beginning. Introspection remained unreliable. Despite refinements in method and training, people's descriptions of their thoughts continued to vary in ways that couldn't be fully resolved. This limitation pushed researchers toward approaches that didn't rely on self-report, emphasizing observable behavior and measurable performance instead. This shift happened gradually. No single researcher or moment created it. Different laboratories began emphasizing different aspects of mental life, some focusing on learning in animals, others on child development, and still others on perception and sensation. The field diversified as people sought areas where progress seemed more achievable. What united these varied approaches was commitment to observation and measurement. Even when studying something as internal as emotion or thought, researchers looked for external indicators. Behavior, physiological responses, performance on tasks, and anything that could be observed repeatedly and measured consistently became valuable. This emphasis on objectivity meant giving up some of the original ambition to understand conscious experience directly. You couldn't measure what it felt like to see red or remember your childhood. You could only measure responses, choices, and patterns of behavior related to those experiences. For some, this felt like a necessary compromise. For others, it seemed like abandoning psychology's most important questions. These tensions persisted, creating ongoing debates about what psychology should study and how it should proceed. Despite these disagreements, research continued steadily. Studies accumulated in journals. Findings were replicated, questioned, or extended. Slowly, reliable knowledge emerged about learning, memory, perception, development, and many other topics. The knowledge was limited and provisional, but it was also genuine progress from the near-total ignorance of 50 years earlier. Teaching psychology became more standardized. Textbooks appeared, organizing the field's findings into coherent presentations. These texts acknowledged uncertainty, while also showing how much had been learned. Students could now study psychology without feeling they were entering completely unmapped territory. Applications began to emerge. Psychological principles informed education, helping teachers understand how children learned. They shaped industrial practices, improving training and working conditions. They influenced clinical work with people experiencing mental difficulties. Psychology was becoming useful even while remaining incomplete. The methods developed during this early period established patterns that would persist. Controlled experiments, systematic observation, careful measurement, statistical analysis all became standard practices. These tools weren't perfect, but they provided structure for investigating questions about mind and behaviour. Collaboration across institutions strengthened. Researchers shared methods, replicated each other's findings, and built on previous work. This collective enterprise made progress more reliable than isolated individual efforts could achieve. International cooperation continued despite political tensions. Scientific communication crossed national boundaries more easily than other forms of exchange. Researchers maintained contact with colleagues in other countries even when their governments were in conflict. The growth of graduate education created pipelines of new researchers. Students trained in established laboratories then started their own programs elsewhere. spreading methods and standards across institutions. This geographical expansion diversified the field while maintaining some coherence in approach. Women gradually gained greater access to psychology, though barriers remained significant. Their presence began changing the field's culture and expanding the range of questions considered worthy of study. Full equality was still far in the future, but progress was visible. Funding for psychological research remained modest compared to physical sciences. This limited the scale and complexity of studies, but also kept researchers focused on questions that could be addressed with simple methods. Creativity in designing informative experiments with minimal resources became valued. What early psychologists got right was their patience. They didn't rush to conclusions or claim more than evidence supported. They accepted uncertainty as part of scientific work. They revised ideas when observations demanded it. They collaborated across distances and traditions. They built institutions that could sustain research across generations. Their willingness to publish negative results and acknowledge failures created realistic expectations about scientific progress. Not every experiment succeeded. Not every theory proved correct. This honesty made the positive findings more trustworthy. The culture they established valued careful work over dramatic claims. Replication mattered as much as novelty. Clear description mattered as much as theoretical brilliance. These priorities helped psychology develop solid foundations even if they didn't produce exciting headlines. What they got wrong, or at least struggled with, was underestimating how complex the mind actually was. They hoped to find simple laws governing thought and behaviour, analogous to physical laws governing matter. Reality proved messier. Mental life involved layers of interaction between biology, experience, culture, development, and individual variation that resisted simple formulation. This complexity didn't invalidate their work, but did mean that grand unified theories remained elusive. Psychology would develop as a collection of specialized areas, each with its own methods and findings, rather than as a single coherent science with universal principles. The assumption that findings from studies of university students in Western countries applied universally proved problematic. Culture shaped cognition in profound ways that early researchers barely recognized. Expanding psychology beyond its limited cultural origins would take many decades. Ethical concerns about research practices weren't always adequately addressed. Some studies caused discomfort or distress to participants. Animals used in research sometimes suffered unnecessarily. These issues would eventually lead to formal ethical guidelines, but early psychology proceeded with less oversight than would later seem acceptable. The relationship between psychology and social issues remained underdeveloped. While some researchers believed psychology should address practical problems, others preferred focusing on basic science. This tension between pure and applied research would continue throughout the field's history. Later generations would introduce new approaches. Neuroscience would reveal brain mechanisms underlying mental processes. Computers would provide metaphors and tools for modelling cognition. Cultural psychology would show how context shaped thinking in profound ways. Each innovation added to understanding while also revealing how much remained unknown. The cognitive revolution in the mid-20th century would rehabilitate the study of mental processes that behaviorism had marginalized. Researchers would develop new methods for investigating thought, attention, and memory without relying on problematic introspection. This represented both the continuation and revision of early psychology's goals. Biological approaches would connect psychology to the broader sciences of the brain and body. Understanding neural mechanisms didn't eliminate the need for psychological explanation, but it provided complementary levels of analysis that enriched understanding. Developmental perspectives would show how psychological processes changed across the lifespan. What was true of adults wasn't necessarily true of children or infants. Age-related changes revealed how experience shaped mental capacities over time. Social psychology would demonstrate how profoundly other people influenced individual thought and behaviour. Many findings from research on isolated individuals turned out not to apply when social context was considered. Understanding minds meant understanding their social nature. Clinical applications would both benefit from and contribute to basic psychological knowledge. Practical work with people experiencing psychological difficulties raised questions and provided observations that informed theory. Theory in turn suggested new therapeutic approaches, but all these later developments built on foundations laid by early psychologists. Their methods, though refined, remained recognizable. Their questions, though reformulated, stayed relevant. Their commitment to empirical investigation over pure speculation continued guiding the field. The field they created was imperfect, limited by available methods and shaped by the assumptions of their time. Yet it represented genuine progress in humanity's long attempt to understand itself. Questions that once seemed purely philosophical became addressable through systematic investigation. As you rest now, you can think of those early researchers working in quiet laboratories, writing careful notes, discussing ideas with colleagues, and accepting the slow pace of discovery. They understood that knowledge comes gradually through patient accumulation rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Their work continues in laboratories around the world today, still pursuing the same fundamental questions about how minds work, still using observation and measurement, still accepting uncertainty as part of the process. The methods have improved, the questions have become more refined, but the basic approach remains recognizable. Psychology almost failed not because the researchers lacked talent or dedication, but because the task was harder than anyone imagined. The mind's complexity exceeded early expectations. Methods proved more limited than hoped. Progress came more slowly than anticipated. That psychology succeeded at all reflects the researchers' willingness to proceed without certainty, building understanding one careful observation at a time, trusting that patience and honesty would eventually yield insight. They worked within constraints, accepted setbacks, revised ideas, and maintained commitment to empirical investigation, even when dramatic breakthroughs remained elusive. The institutions they built survived their individual careers. Universities maintained psychology departments. Journals continued publishing. Research programs persisted across generations. This continuity allowed knowledge to accumulate despite the field's difficulties. Students trained by early psychologists became the next generation of researchers, carrying forward methods and standards while also introducing innovations. This transmission across generations created both stability and evolution, preserving what worked while adapting to new challenges. The community they formed provided mutual support and critical feedback. Researchers weren't isolated, but connected through correspondence, conferences, and publications. This network helped sustain individual effort and maintain collective standards. Their legacy includes not just specific findings, but also approaches to studying the mind. The idea that mental processes could be investigated empirically, that careful observation and measurement could yield understanding, that patience and honesty mattered more than brilliance or creativity. These principles shaped psychology's development. The questions they raised often mattered more than the answers they found. How does attention work? What determines what we remember? How do we learn? Why do people differ? These questions guided decades of subsequent research, even when initial answers proved incomplete. Their humility about what could be known served psychology well. By acknowledging limits and uncertainties, they created realistic expectations. Progress didn't require solving all problems immediately, but merely advancing understanding incrementally. The rhythm they established, balancing active research with reflection and rest, recognized that intellectual work required the whole person. Sustainable productivity came from respecting natural limits, building in recovery time, and trusting that answers would emerge through patient engagement rather than forced effort. So sleep now, knowing that even the most complex questions can yield to gentle, persistent inquiry, that understanding develops through rest as much as effort, and that the slow accumulation of careful thought creates lasting knowledge that serves generations to come. The first psychologists worked within uncertainty, making room for what they didn't know, and in that patient space of not knowing, they began to understand.